Appreciate everybody for hanging out with us on this Talk Shit Tuesday. What up, everybody? What up? What up? Appreciate everybody for showing up. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Get ready. Roll them up. Get that brewski together. Sit back in that chair. Relax. Get ready to enjoy the show. Hey, look, fellas, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button and please participate in the poll. You know, participation is always a must. Give us an idea of some of what get us a chance to see, you know, what our viewers think. You know, it's not a complicated question. I'm not going to say it's a right or wrong answer. It's almost like, you know, this is a chance to voice your opinion on how you feel about it. And trust me when I say this about the poll. My man came in saying you was exactly right. I just thought it was something I needed to bring up because I was just shocked and amazed to see how many people that's out there who would actually be willing to put a $10,000 deposit on something based on all the restrictions that came with it. So, but we're going to go over that for the ones who haven't seen it. But it just amazes me to think that there are a lot of people who actually believe that this is possible. And the reason I speak on it because, you know, I hear a lot of people talking about, you know, us old heads and how times of, you know, things is different and, you know, we don't know what we be talking about. But it's things like this right here, these type of conversations, what takes me back to, to where, you know, there's a lot of people who really don't know. And if you're going off of what people might say or what you might read, you can take us, whether it was a troll or this, the guy who actually have bred the dogs, actually have been able to convince people that this is possible. And now we know the reason I say if it's possible, nothing's impossible, but this is what I'm saying is, these are puppies that are going to be born in the next 2 weeks based off of what, you know, the post had said. These are puppies that are due to be born in 2 weeks in 2024 off of frozen sperm from Jeep and a daughter off Mayday. I put that question out there because, again, me, you know, I don't get into the dog things. You know, Mo was into the pedigrees and all the breeding thing, but I do stay on top of the business side of things, you know. And if you guys remember, we knew Ed Crenshaw. Remember, we had only triple bred Jeep dog that Mr. Crenshaw had on the yard. Her name was Goldie. We had her on our yard. Bitch couldn't have puppies, but it was just the opportunity that he had gave us. He had kind of like signed his book to us and sent us the bitch because, you know, we found it, you know, out of gratitude that we was even offered the bitch. And he actually did, but, you know, not charging us nothing and sent her to us and told us, you know, take care of her. And we did. She lived a good life until the day she died. But that part, we can say that she's a triple bred Jeep bitch because, again, when Ed said it, he never ever would imagine that he would have gave up that bitch knowing that she could have still had puppies. Now, we don't know how many, if Goldie even had any puppies, but we knew at that time period that, you know, and based on the story, he said, you know, he had Jeep at the university trying to do all kinds of shit to save him and be able to, you know, pull shit out of him that wasn't there. I mean, he got into an extensive conversation. Mo will go over that with y'all, but we was kind of in there with him. We definitely had that conversation. They ended up taking all our signed books. We even have one from the Stratton books and a couple other books that were signed to us, but them books, they took them during the raid and everything and never gave us none of that shit back. Took all our journals and everything. And for some odd reason, when you went to go get them after the trial and everything, because it was our shit, they just seemed to have disappeared. So that's just one of them things that, when I see people standing on things like that, and I just be wondering, do people really know? I mean, it's evident just based off all the breeding Mr. Crenshaw did after the fact compared to the things that history showed moving forward, to where you start, Jeep's name wasn't, it was the things that were off of Jeep. If we had straws off of Jeep through all those years, think about all the years in between that we missed out on all of that. Like I can say truly that if we wanted to have, my boys, they got straws off of Maytu. Remember, Maytu is off of Mayday, bred back to his daughter, Brat. So if I was to tell you that, hey, we got puppies coming off of Mayday, the dog off of Mayday, which would be Maytu, it wouldn't be hard to believe when you got a DNA profile. Now, here's the thing. Even we heard our story about that situation. Remember? Because, again, we bred Brat back to Mayday and got Maytu in that litter there. But if anybody ever wanted to question that, because, again, that's what the DNA profile is supposed to do. If I'm correct, the ADBA, they got a little profile system. We're going to go over that, speak about that, but it's moves like that. After all these years, them boys can actually say they have frozen sperm off of Maytu. So you can't get, remember, Maytu is who he is. It's Mayday's daughter bred back to him. And, just to have them kind of straws, I looked at those straws as very valuable straws, considering that the day comes when they ever decide to do it, will it raise and be as questionable as what I seen on that post as far as frozen sperm off of Jeep? Because remember, we always, look at the Mayday situation based off of, we knew Victor, we knew the dogs and how things changed after he left the States and the controversy. And if I remember correctly, Mayday have almost 11 pages of breedings. And we kind of question that because, again, Mayday didn't have any frozen sperm. Any frozen sperm that happened was destroyed. How do we know that? Victor said it. Told us how it got destroyed. So, not to put question into the Damien sperm and all that other shit, we can only tell you that the litter of Mancho and Mancha was basically the only dogs, and maybe the only dogs we really knew. But again, there was other ones they say that came out of that litter that we were not familiar with, and I'm pretty sure Evolution had Mancho and Mancha, and we knew they had them. But Victor never spoke on any other dogs that came out of that litter. So this was just one of them kind of things that where it's time to sit down and talk about, because again, if you don't understand it, what's all involved in doing things when it comes to that sperm, frozen sperm, and understanding where the frozen sperm and the DNA profiling, they have to almost work hand in hand, which makes me dig in there and find out, okay, we do DNA testing for paternity. Now, here's a problem. DNA paternity, I'm a twin. So I have a chick that had a kid that me and my brother was actually messing with. There's no way for them to determine actually which one is the father of that child. I'm using that as an example. I just imagine that, because again, people always say when they look at me and Mo's kids, my kids look like they should have been his kids, and his kids look like they should have been my kids. In some cases, because we have some kids that come out different chicks, and the kids almost look like they should have been sisters and brothers. But DNA profiling, there is a flaw in there as far as twins were concerned. But when you look at everything else, most of the time, they at that 90, 99.1% or 99.9% that you are the father type shit. Does it work that accurate when it comes down to dogs? See, getting straws wasn't that, I don't know why we wasn't thinking about or doing nothing like that, even if it had been around, even when into the 2000s, you would have thought that we would have been, but being we wasn't breeders, we just never thought of it. But when I went to the pig picking and actually had a chance to just privately just talk to Tom Garner, and he got the whole damn setup. When I say he got the whole setup, he pulls straws. He has the ability to preserve those straws. And he said he had like 10 more straws off a spike. Think about that. 10 more straws off a spike? Look how old that damn sperm would have to be. But he's got a certification on how to do it, and he actually gave us the information and told us if we ever wanted to get into it, gave us the where we could get certification, and he would help us get the equipment it took to actually do it. I mean, not just collecting the sperm, but how to preserve the sperm and how to keep the sperm. Special equipment that he had, and he showed it all to us and gave us an idea if you ever wanted to get into it, just go through this course that I took. This is where you get your certification. This is where you get this piece of equipment, that piece of equipment. So I'm pretty sure my man Courtney. I don't know if Courtney stayed down in the when we went down under the ground to check out his spot, but I remember I did run into my man Courtney Edwards at that pig picking, so I know he was there. There was a couple other people, but I remember Courtney because I met his wife. And he seen the dogs, and I know he was part of the yard tour with us, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure he wasn't actually standing there when we stayed down there and was talking to Tom about, preserving and pulling straws. And it was a very interesting conversation. I know that the only people who was down there at the time that we started having that conversation was Slingshot, which was Fat Boy, me, and Mo. And he went into detail. I mean, he actually took the time and went into detail. So, considering that he is an expert at doing it, certified to do it, and I guess he's doing his own registration. I'm taking it, and okay, Tom is the goat at doing this shit. So I don't knock what he does and how he does it. Again, he didn't have to take the time to even sit there and explain it to us and go into detail like he did. But then that just showed me the kind of person Tom was, and he treated us with the utmost respect the whole time we were there. So I I tip my hat to the man. But when I see those kind of comments on Facebook about these certain things, and then I watch how people react to them, I mean, it's kind of funny because it's almost like if you tell a lie, you can tell a lie so long that, that you actually start believing it yourself, which was a shocker to me. You know, that the conversation went on like it did. Yeah, you had your ones who was like, I seen somebody in there saying, damn the Jeep, I'm talking about who's the daughter off of Mayday, that's having these puppies. That's a good damn question. Even for 2024, considering the puppy's going to be born in 2 weeks. But if it was a trolling question, which I don't think it was, I don't think somebody just put that out there to see the kind of response they would get. I think it was actually somebody trying to sell puppies for a very, hold on, let me read this to you, because it's going to shock you. It's going to shock you what the requirements based on this breeding and these puppies. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Okay. I'm going to read it to y'all. This is straight out off of Facebook. It says, pups due 2 weeks directly off of Jeep, frozen semen, to a daughter of Grand Champion Mayday. She also made double Grand Champion last year. Listen to that one. Taking $10,000 deposits. No tire kickers. Don't ask. No broke man questions. No DNA or paperwork will be provided. You're just a racist or a hater if you don't believe my word that this breeding is real. You haters gonna be in your feelings when this litter drops. And that comment took off in a whole new direction on Facebook. That even now, and hold on, let me check my poll. Okay. I'm sorry about that, because I can't see my poll when I'm logged in, but I can see it over there. I notice even now, we have 10% that said yes, 63% that said no, and I think that's, hold on, 29% who believe that is possible. Now, the possibility, I had the yes and the no and the possibility, because again, you notice I didn't put the 2 weeks in there. Because again, the possibility is, first of all, for it to be possible, you got to have sperm off of Jeep. Then you got to figure out, this is a female off of Mayday that's having these puppies, who's a double Grand Champion. I didn't put the double Grand Champion in there. Actually, I didn't really say much about the female because, again, I just wanted to see how many people think that a breeding like that is possible, considering if you knew anything about Mayday, if you knew anything about Jeep and the history. Had anybody ever heard of straws off of Jeep? Any? I mean, over the many years, and I know we was away from the game, but again, we were never that far away from the game. And being that we had the last triple bred bitch off of Jeep coming directly from, I think it was Ed who did it. I'm pretty sure it was Ed who did it. But, and that's just coming from them, that if there were straws, you would have thought he would have at least mentioned that. And if he didn't, I mean, he mentioned everything else about all the work they put in up to the university and all that other stuff, trying to maintain or do something. Mo will be able to tell you a lot better than I could. But it was just one of them things to where people of the now, you wonder if you answer a poll question like that due to the technology part of it, like saying it's possible, because I don't think I wasn't actually looking about the technology. I'm just saying just that. Jeep with frozen sperm of the now. And maybe it could have been a little bit better if I had put it in there being born in 2 weeks. Because if you have frozen sperm, okay, that it's possible. But first of all, I did say Jeep. The other thing was a female off Mayday. Well, that right there, that also throws a wrench in the game, because you know how old that female would have to be directly off of Mayday. And keep in mind, even though Mayday have 11 pages of a breeding program, I think it was over 1,500 dogs. It was a lot. I just never believed that Mayday had that kind of sperm, that much to be able to do that. And what little bit that they had, what sperm that they did have, clearly it was destroyed, wasn't no good. So to even have a bitch directly off of Mayday is almost an impossible task in the now. But not saying technology couldn't do it, but I was going over the ADBA DNA profile, program. And there's certain criteria as to what they actually need. Now, I'm not going to go into it. I kind of just give you a basic concept. If anybody's familiar with how this whole setup works, there's 5 different steps that they need to have in order to create these profiles. I'm gonna just leave that to Mo, because it gives him a little bit more to talk about as far as how they get it, what they needed to get it, and then what's needed to get that DNA profile certificate. And I don't know how much you guys out there use it or look to use it, because again, knowing what we know now, yeah, I think we would have did it. We would have been a lot more prone to doing it compared to not doing it, considering, but you got to remember now, there's nothing in the past that you can go back and change. So of course, there's things that you wish you could do now back then. It's a lot of things we wish we could have done, considering what we know now. But we're in the now. That now plays a very important part when it comes to dealing with the turn that this fraternity is taking when it comes to dealing with these dogs. That's a hell of a price tag. Now, I remember when my boy, who had to make 2 straws, and he said, and I kind of felt like the same way that, he had a couple straws, take 1 straw and sell it for 25 grand. Just make sure you do it, whoever get it, just make sure, it's to the right one. Now, he has a DNA profile on them straws. So if he would be willing to sell 1 straw for 25,000, but then somebody else have puppies and selling and making a deposit for a puppy 10,000, imagine the frenzy that would be if it was actually real. Remember, they didn't want to, you don't get no papers, you don't get no DNA profile, none of that. and still $10,000 deposit. So I'm guessing that the $10,000 deposit means another 10,000 once the puppy you get your puppy. Funny thing about it is, you know, Tom had told us when we was down there about he bought the NASCAR dog for $70,000 and no papers. And it was it was shocking to me, like $70,000 and no papers. That's a lot of money for a dog, and not to have the papers. But I'm sitting here looking at the dog, and it's on his yard. I mean, he showed it. I mean, this is Tom telling this, so I'm going to take his word because it's not something he told us in secret, actually. And I'm hoping if I think I sent Courtney out there, Courtney heard it like we heard it, because I know Courtney was right. You know, he was there on the yard tour with us, so I know he heard him when he said it. So it wasn't like it's some big ass secret. So, not saying that things like that don't happen, because that he's the prime example. He still bought the dog without the papers. Now I'm pretty sure he gonna make his money back. I mean, he had that LT Dre sit down there. He had that NASCAR sit down there. The man, he had some Red Bull. I mean, he's just a phenomenal person. And when it comes down to, if you really, you know, we might talk shit, all the shit you want on that man, but you can best believe he got Frisco straws. He had spike straws. And I remember he got spike straws, and he had 10 left. So imagine just how many straws he had over the years, and what dogs he was actually. You walked out of there with them dogs. And I remember Tom does his own registration, and he did make a comment that made sense to me. You know, why would you tell people the formula so they can go right out and sell and do the same thing that he's doing? I mean, that people can go right out and just skip right by him. That's a businessman talking. So when I hear him make those kind of comments, and he's not hiding behind the comments he's making, it because he's actually openly saying these things on his tour of the yard. So that takes me back to the Maurice Carvers and the Floyd Boudreaux and the David Tants on how well they protect their recipe. Because I could really understand when the man is sitting there telling me why he doesn't let out his recipe. But he actually still creates great dogs, because you really don't know what you're really getting. He'll tell you those puppies are for so and so, so and so. But Ben, I had never bought a puppy from Tom. I don't know how that really would work when it come to buying puppies and all that other shit. But then again, remember I had a partner, went down to Tom's and spent 25 grand on dogs, and none of the dogs turn out like he wanted them to turn out. But that not everybody, you know, has to go through that, because again, it's all about the person who has the dogs. You can't put it all on Tom. You know, I still think the dog is only as good as the person who has it. Not taking nothing away from my boy, but again, there's no reason for me to sit up in here and put him down like he don't know what he was doing. When, as long as I've been knowing him, he's always had bulldogs, so I'm not taking nothing away from him knowing what he was doing. Maybe just out of all of them dogs that they just didn't turn out, whether breeding wise or producing wise, but I take his word on the whole situation. But these are the things that we need to really consider when we're dealing with these animals, because it's almost like our bulldogs are becoming like high end commodities. You know, all these I see people out here posting one-time winners, two-time winners. Here, like in this Facebook post, double grand champion last year, and these dogs of the year type of shit. And I'm just, I mean, y'all talk shit on the journal, but even in the journal, you had to be a subscriber. Even in some cases to even get it, you had to know somebody had to co-sign for you just to get it. And it might have changed. That part of the game might have changed once Jack handed it over. But I remember in the beginning, you had to know somebody to become a subscriber. Somebody had to co-sign you, just to be a subscriber to the journal. So, but when you look on Facebook and they just openly just posting the shit. Hey, I even go on Facebook and I'm watching these pit bulls. I think they sound like they was from Russia, but they be showing pit bulls fighting them dangos and these other type of different dogs. And them bulldogs, they be doing what they be doing, even on them badasses. Supposed to be these badass dogs, but I seen, I think it was 3 scraps on there of dogs of different breeds, and them bulldogs. In the end, what shows up, that gameness thing to make a bulldog a goddamn American pit bull, a goddamn American pit bull, one of the best things on the face of the earth, pound for pound. You get out there and see it. I mean, it's on there. Hold on 1 second. What up, bro? Oh, hey, hit me at this number right here. 813 2 813. No, I'm gonna have you live right here. It's a lot better. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Hold on, fellas. 813 298. No, 298 3643. Yes, sir. All right, just call me in and you'll be on. Okay. All right, bro. All right, fellas. Sorry about that. We got a special guest coming in tonight. Let's see if we can get him to call back in, and we'll go from there. But what was I saying? Can't even remember what I was saying before I was interrupted. But yeah, Alexa, answer the call. What up, bruh? Yo, you there, bruh? Oh, it disappeared right quick. Hopefully he'll call back. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully he'll call back. But yeah, that's the crazy thing about people out here buying, and I don't know why that didn't pick up. Hold on. Let me see something. But yeah, it's crazy to me to see how people out here actually buying, and even with the DNA profiling and the ability to use the frozen sperm. How accurate is that? Y'all tell me, because moving in the future. Alexa, answer the call. Hello? Hello?
Talk to me, brother. Talk to me.
All right, bro. Okay, I ain't know what happened there. I know she usually answered the call. It come through. What up, bro? Hey, fam, I got my man here, the one and only BAKRI Hotep in the house. Only in America.
What's going on, brothers? What's going on, brothers? How's everybody?
What's up, fam? Pretty good, man. Glad to have you coming in, man. I see you called in as soon as Mo walked in the door.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to come and check on my brothers, man. I haven't talked to y'all in a minute. Had to come do a drive-by.
Well, I'm glad to see you did that, man. I've been trying to get y'all to come back on Sunday nights, man. You know what I'm saying? I've been missing y'all and everything. We try not to bother you and everything, but hell, man, we all miss you too, bro.
Hey, it's all love. We got so much information on the videos that we left. Hell, y'all got about the same work material on all the videos y'all done made up.
Nah, man, nah. Look, y'all, look who you got over there. You got you, Schoolboy, and Rasta man, and Ram. Come on now, and let alone Kevin. He that big brother. He don't want to put everything together. That's the mastermind. You know how many years we got to do this shit to catch up to that, bro?
Hey, brother, y'all got it going on over here. Brother, I got Rich coming up here in a few minutes, so he's doing something. He's going to stop by too.
Okay, good. We're gonna have a good conversation tonight because I was talking to him about that situation. About how people are doing the DNA profiling, and these selling these dogs, man. This is a whole new era for me. Based on what I'm seeing. What you think?
In terms of DNA profiling?
Well, as far as, there's a lot of selling dogs nowadays, you know what I'm saying? And, they don't want to use papers no more, and ain't nobody registering that no more, but then they selling a lot of dogs, ain't they? It's down like we're...
Whatever person got to do with it.
Well, I don't knock what they're doing, but I just think...
Yeah, I mean...
It's about the quality and the fakery that comes with it. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that kind of throws me off. Well, yeah.
I've always said that whenever you buying a dog, you're really buying it from a man or woman themselves. It's not the paper.
Right.
Because papers can be manipulated. You know what I'm saying? And we already heard Tant when they did his thing, he was selling to certain people dogs out of the pound.
Right.
So, and gave them those nice little free things with it. So the papers, the dog makes the pedigree, not the other way. People say the pedigree makes the dog. And like I always said, that we can't really vouch for anything 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and so forth, in terms of what actual, stuff was really behind that. The only thing you can really go out is what we have, we can see, so that the family dog gets from somebody.
Hold on 1 second.
You can only go by that.
Hello, what's up, bro? Oh my gosh, I got a full house tonight. I got my brother in the house, Schoolboy. What up, fam?
Let's do it. Hey, welcome to the chat. And what's up, brother Bach?
Hey,
You got it, boss. You got it. Just here with the good brothers. I missed them. I had to do a drive-by, man, and come see the brothers. And all the people that's in the chat, too, as well. So you can't forget those brothers.
Yes, sir. Salute to everybody and the twins. And you guys are doing a good job. Yeah, Bach, they covering talking about DNA profiling.
Hey, Schoolboy, I'm going to get you on the big speaker here. So hold on 1 second. Let me get you on the big speaker and we go from there.
All right.
I'm gonna get him on your phone. Hold on 1 second, my man, Schoolboy. I'm gonna call you, Schoolboy, on this other line. Where the plug?
You want me to call Mo's line?
Yeah. Where the plug?
Okay, I'll do that. I'll call Mo's phone.
Okay. Cool. All right, y'all, hang on here. Let me get my boys, all my people set up in here. Because I guess we're going to have some serious conversation going on here. Yes, sir, my brother. I got you. Hold on, let me plug this in right quick. Do this plug in. All right, Schoolboy.
Yes, sir.
Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure everybody can hear you. Hey, y'all can hear that?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, everybody?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you pretty good right there, fam.
I can hear you perfect.
All right. What's up, Bach? Welcome, everybody in the chat. And
You got it, Bob.
salute to the twin. Salute to the twin.
Hey.
That's right. Much love to the 12.
All right, Mo, you take it over from here. Hey, fellas, let me get out of here, out of his way right quick. Get that information.
Whew. All right, y'all. That's Ram. What's up, y'all?
What up, bro?
Okay, let me see if I got everybody on the line right quick. What up, Schoolboy? What up, big bro? What's up, Mr. Bot?
I'm here, Bob.
Ain't nothing, fellas. You know me, always sliding in late. Cause I had to walk dogs and everything else before I come
Is
up out
that
of
cool,
here.
Mo? Is that cool, Mo?
Yes, it is, sir.
The main man.
Mm.
God damn it. My main man.
What's up, y'all?
What's happening?
Ain't
What's
nothing.
happening? All good.
I was listening to
All
Bob
good.
talking about the dog instead of the pedigree, and I am totally agreeing with it. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't matter if the dog wasn't shit how it was bred, am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
The dog wasn't shit, I don't care how he bred. Give me a dog.
That's right.
I mean, they be up there making all these arguments about how this dog is bred, but y'all talking about dogs ain't worth a fuck. I mean, goddamn, y'all arguing about a dog ain't did shit. You know what I'm saying? Talking about how a dog is bred. Give it down about that. What's so important about this dog and how he's bred? You know what I'm saying? He ain't won shit. He ain't done shit.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all here arguing about how he bred. I don't be understanding. I be seeing these little internet arguments. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And I just
You can answer, Doc, and I'll go right behind you, brother. I'll answer right behind you if you want to make some comments about that.
Bob, you hearing?
Oh, you talking? No. Well, as I was stating before, as he was getting all of the technical stuff done, again, with Brother Mo was just saying, I mean, I always said the dog makes you pay it because, fuck, if you got a beautiful pedigree, and again, I'm not negating that we want to know, the true papers on our dogs. Everybody, so we all want to know that, okay? But I'm just saying, realistically, everything isn't what we want. So it's going to be some shade along the way. But it wouldn't matter how the fucking dog was bred if that dog is a good dog to me. I wouldn't give a damn.
That's right.
It can say that it's pure Mayfield, but it's really fucking pure Crenshaw. Long as the dog had the traits and display the things that I like in a dog, and let's just say I brought up a twin, and then I know the family of dogs that he just has there, I really wouldn't need to know what the fuck. Hey, let me get a few of them twins. I like them motherfuckers. That's it, because I like the family. I like the traits that they display.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't be so much that I need. And to be honest, let's be honest, before we had this internet, we didn't have no players online. Wasn't nobody been telling nobody they fucking pedigree. Nobody I know showed their pedigree back in the day. Not one person.
Nope.
Not one.
Not one.
Nor did you feel comfortable asking somebody how their shit was bred. Because it was a personal thing. So today, like I said, I get so many people send me paid and tell me what I think. And I'm telling you without, trying to offend anybody. I'm I just want to say, what the fuck am I supposed to think about a paper? I've never seen a paper hunt nowhere, ever. And when you do, I'll buy those fucking papers from anybody that can hunt.
Okay,
you know?
Well, I said the exact same thing too. I did. I said the exact same thing.
Right.
And you're right about that. You're right about that.
Around, can you hear me?
Damn, I got the damn panel in here today.
Okay, I got everybody on.
Oh, is that Rand in the house?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. What up, OG? Big stepping, baby, big stepping.
What's happening, Rand?
Game dog talk on Tuesdays now, huh?
I guess so.
Goddamn right.
Y'all had such an overwhelming request for y'all to come back. I'm pretty sure they'd like to hear all y'all sitting up in here tonight.
We here with you, brother. We here with the one and only goddamn twins, goddamn. I'm telling you, we here with the good brother. And I'm gonna just say this. I'm just gonna go off topic a little bit, if you don't mind. I'm telling you, man. Myself, Richard, Kevin, and Ram, all of us, boom. We speak behind the scenes a lot. Man, nothing but love for y'all two brothers, man. Like I said, the inspiration that I spoke before when I came on your show, I'm telling you, man, and I'm not trying to go make a person feel a certain way, but truly inspired by Mike and Mo, both of y'all. You know what I mean? The commitment that y'all show to come out here every goddamn twice a week can't just be overlooked. You know what I'm saying? With here, goddamn, Mike had a heart attack. He's so game. He ain't even stay awake. The doctors ain't want his ass to do nothing. He just scratched his ass right back here. Straight out the fucking house. We got my other brother here that, he isn't feeling the best. But these two brothers, if a motherfucker don't know what game this is, these two brothers this what you look in Western find. These two brothers right here. So I think everybody here should truly feel blessed to be able to be here with these two brothers, man. And so for us to just be able to come by and show our love and support for both of these brothers that I call both of these my brothers. As Ram and Cool Boy and Kevin and most people that's fucking real can only do nothing but love these brothers. So I just think everybody should really take this time to understand what y'all are here able to witness, because none of us going to be here forever. We all got expiration dates, but to be able to see the game that these brothers, both of them, to make it where they can still just come here and spend some time with other Bulldogs, it just can't get overlooked, man. And I mean it. And I'm saying this shit being honest. Much love to both of y'all, brothers. Y'all can go back to the top.
Hey, thanks for that, big bro. I really appreciate that, man.
No, I'm in it.
I'm pretty sure everybody out there feeling that. I know I felt it. Thank you.
No, it's real. I never come up here to do no fake shit. I'm just saying it seriously. We, especially in this time we living in today, with people leaving every fucking day, just to be here among Bulldoggers, and you have given a platform and a place for people to come, and you do long shows, so a lot of people have a lot of time they're able to sit here, gain knowledge, debate, meet with other good brothers that's in the chat, You know, we're not always going to agree on everything. You know what I mean? But for the most part, I agree with 99% of goddamn what Mike and Mo put up here. You know what I mean? So that's just my part. But like I said, we let Brother Schoolboy and Brother Ram talk up here.
I agree, Bob. Couldn't have said it better, brother.
So couldn't I?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, you get to see game this in real time, man. That's a beautiful thing to see. That's why I still get my ass up
Right.
to war shows when I don't be feeling like fuck that. I ain't feeling like these
Right.
old niggas outdo me.
Ram had to go.
Yeah.
Right?
You would have to throw the old part up in there, Ram.
That's the motivation, though. Shit.
Well, you know, it's
I'm
like.
serious.
Well, I always felt like I don't have a book like Schoolboy. There's so much in our history, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these guys wouldn't even know who y'all was and how deep y'all was into the game if it don't be for shows like this. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
And I think I made a couple people upset when I made the statement that, you know, there's not too many real, genuine, legendary dog man you can really say on podcasts outside the ones that I spoke of. Now, I did piss some people off when I said that, but hey, don't let the truth hurt. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. You know, some people, I feel like I can say that and know what I'm talking about and not acting like I'm trying to put everybody else down. You know what I'm saying? I just want the people to know to just not get this shit mixed up. You know, I want to point out what's real and what's legit, not taking nothing away from everybody else. But it's very sudden that you got some real fast lane dog man out here telling you that history, you know what I'm saying, and sharing it with y'all, because without them out there, how would you know about them? A lot of you guys wouldn't even know who they were. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I like to keep it clear and simple, and that was, I want to get you guys the closest to what it was to be in the game on that other side, the side that a lot of guys, they can play the game, they can talk the game, but to know the game and do the game, that's a whole different story. And guys like these guys here, man, they definitely know where I'm coming from because they definitely been there. Now, I ain't taking nothing away from all the other guys. Like I said, I wasn't trying to put them down, but I'm just trying to let it know that, you know, there is tiers out here. There is definitely different levels even in this podcast game. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody can get out here and get in front of a camera, but who do you want to hear it from? Do you want to hear from the top tier real shit? Or do you want to step down to the bottom tier shit where all the confusion is, where all the chaos is, and you can get entertained with that very easy? It's very easy, and you'll notice with all that chaos, there's nobody really talking about dogs. Not talking about dogs, everything else, but not the fact about what carried the dog game through the years that we shared when we was out there playing with them. You know, you're not talking about nothing famous. You're not talking about nothing historical. You know what I'm saying? And I got you guys out here, man, and I want to make damn sure that they don't get confused. Because when you don't have, you know, if you don't know the difference between the truth, you know what I'm saying, and the wannabe true, because there's two different pieces here, you know. Some of these guys that wannabe true can sound like they're telling you the truth. You just got to understand the difference, and the best way to understand the difference is know your messengers. I try to put the messengers out there. I'll point right out. This guy, that guy, this guy, every guy that's been on this damn show has been out there and know what it means to be in the fast lane. The real game. And that's what I try to bring to our audience, you know what I'm saying? Because that's where I play at. I don't try to play all up here in the now. I don't try to play out here like I'm, you know, I'm trying to be something again and none of that shit, because it's, what good is it out here? Out here is set up for showing you guys this is what the game was really like. And I want you guys to like to hear it from guys that really did it, really know what they're talking about by experience, hands-on. You know, it was at a level. It's one thing to be out here doing it and never reach this level. You can't get mad if you got a man sitting up here at this level talking, and then you got another man sitting down at this level talking. Don't take nothing away from him. Respect that man down there at the bottom, but he can't stand on the same platform as these guys on the top. He can't. And I'm not trying to put nobody down, but my point is I'm trying to get y'all to hear it from the best, the guys that know, because there's a lot of answers in you know, in their words, you know, and it's not no coming out of a book or, you know, using a little bit of common sense from listening to everybody else, and all of a sudden, you know, you're Earl Tudor. These guys ain't those guys, you know, and I want to make damn sure coming through this show that I always got them on these videos, so when I'm long gone, whenever that day comes, these videos will be out here, man, and you'll never forget these people here. You'll be able to go back into these videos, you'll be able to go back through your books, you'll be able to go back through your internet shit, and always remember these guys right here and the things they did for the game. And they shared it out here where there's a lot of great dog men that wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? They really wouldn't do that. These guys have done it. They bought me, they took me right under the wing, and we didn't have no idea what we were doing, but they cuffed us right up, stood right in there with us, held us up, and brought the support, man. And with that support, brought a lot of you guys, man, because real do recognize real. And I really appreciate that, fellas. I just wanted to let y'all know how important y'all are to me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, much love, bro. Much love. But hey, yes, sir. Good thing about it is we come here to listen to you. Shit. Come here to listen to you.
Well, I have a sharp tongue, but you know, I'm a cross between BAKRI, Schoolboy, and Ram. You know, I'm more like a ram. You know what I'm saying? But I'm technically like Schoolboy. You know what I mean? But I'm really straight. I got that smooth, sharp edge like a carpenter's blade when I'm dealing with BAKRI. You know what I'm saying? Because he's a.
I'm Rasta man.
No, Rasta man. That's a combination of ram. That's a combination. Shit, Rasta man got all three of them in it. He can go anywhere you want. And then he got his Maximus, the Maximus.
Hey man, while I got y'all on here, I got to give some special shout outs in between y'all conversation. I want to give Zachary Riot 23 coming in with a super chat, $2 super chat. He said, salute to the OGs. A big shout out to Cold Mountain Bulldogs coming in with a 3-piece showing love. He said, Twin One, working hard to put you on a show put a show on for us. All right, man, I'm working on it. He coming through with a three-piece. Shout out to Made for Greatness. Kennels in the house coming through with a 2-piece. He said, the dog makes the papers. Appreciate the love, Made for Greatness. And I have another one by my man, Solo Butt Connected Kennels coming through. He said, support the Digital Dog Show in March. Shogun Army shouting out, coming in with a 5-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. It's on you guys. I'm sorry. I want to get that out the way. Show the people some love.
Hey, much love, y'all fellas. Thank y'all for that, man. Thank y'all for that.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Now, I want to get back into that conversation about, you know, these breedings and, you know, what's real and how you want to register your dog. I'm going to tell you, I am a sole believer in let the dog speak for itself. That's what I'm going. Yeah, that's where we're going, Mike. The breeding has everything to do with DNA. Yeah, the
can I say
DNA
this
has
real quick
everything
too,
to
right?
do with
If
that.
you don't mind. Hey Mo,
Yeah.
check this out, right? Now back in the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have brought some dogs. I brought some dogs without no papers, but I seen the motherfuckers when they was out hunting, right? So, you know, I just pull up and be like, shit, man, that's bad, motherfucker. How much you want? So, dude, like, well, this is what I want. I say, okay. So they said, well, you know, I ain't got the papers on. And I'm like, fuck the papers. You understand what I'm saying? Because what I see is what I want. I didn't give a fuck about the paper part of it because I'm seeing the dog. And a lot of times where you hear today, I just hear, like you said, in certain groups, they put the whole value on the fucking paper part of it. And the dog might not be a motherfucking paper. You know what I'm saying? And the value, so now the way I see it is the value is if your paper. So if you got ADBA, bona fide, that's the main two that they criteria a lot of people hit. You know, then you know, well, you like, well, you got it from Worldwide, or you got it from so and so, and then we got our dear brother Richard's registry. But you know what I'm saying? It's like the two they name, and more or less like that means that's authentic if it came by those two registries. And I'm still saying, okay, whether the paper's real or not, or don't have no papers, how would that just value the dog itself? Other than if you're trying to sell the dog, sell puppies off it, maybe I get that, but it should never devalue the dog just on the paper. And so I've heard some people say, I don't even want, even though the dog bad as shit, person don't want to buy the dog ain't got no money. Even if a person would say, I ain't got no registered papers, but I can tell you which these dogs offer. No, fuck it. Still don't have no value. So you got an ace in front of you, but it's no value because you don't have no paper. Shit like that just wasn't back in the day, is all I'm saying. But you hear that, like you said, bickering all over shit. And then, like I said, then they'll say, oh, so you saying you don't want to know how your dog's bred. No, that's not true. I'm just saying that can't just be the overall thing when we talking about the performance of the animal. Should be number one, first and foremost. Grand Champion 35 and a couple others, that we never knew how the fuck they was bred. But I guarantee you want to breed to that motherfucker. He was a bad motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I just, again, I'm not saying there's no value in the person knowing the knowledge of the dogs. We all want to. Again, so don't argue with that. I'm with you guys. But don't make that be the overall thing where your eyes are able to tell you one thing and you worried about you're not sure, but what your eyes are seeing. And then especially the mother was that, the father was that way, and so forth and so forth. So you even have a little knowledge of the family. You know what I'm saying? At least the first 2-3 generations of it. Because after you get past the fourth generation, then it's some shit anyway. Doesn't matter. It's really only the first 4 generations that count. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
My question is to schoolboy, because he's a professor, you know, in this. And my question is, can you explain to us that DNA, the DNA concept, you know, seems like that would be more the modern thing, to kind of delete the facts of papers, but just having a genetic analysis of a DNA profile on particular dogs. Do you think that's going to be the new thing? Or can you explain us how that works?
Yeah, it's going to be the new thing, but the where the DNA is going to come in is, you know, the DNA has to match the papers. The thing with DNA is it's only as good as the information that's put in. That's first and foremost. So the starting point is what matters. And it came up earlier when Mike was talking, you know, pups right off a Jeep, frozen semen off a Jeep. I've never heard of that.
Right.
Never heard of it, right? Yeah. I don't know if it would happen, but I have somebody that talks to James Garrett, because it would be James Garrett, not James Crenshaw, that would have that. I've never heard of it, never talked about it. It was never advertised. That don't mean it's not true, but I highly doubt it.
Well, that's true. Schoolboy, I'm going to interrupt you, but I'm going to tell you there's an inside little piece to that from Mason, you know, and, you know, Mason, he bred the Jeep, you know what I'm saying? And what he was saying was, Jeep was going to this university, and they was, you know, they was trying to bring Jeep's sperm count up. And the reason why Jeep didn't get straws on it, because they had came to the conclusion his sperm specimens wasn't strong enough to be drawn for breeding. You know what I'm saying? That's why Jeep don't have no frozen sperm, because they was trying to get the best out of Jeep when they was still trying to fix that for him. You know, he was up in a university, a school, and they trying to do that, and they still didn't. Same with Mayday. Mayday went to one of those doctors up there that they were trying to preserve him, and they came up with the same conclusion that they came up with Jeep. They didn't have good sperm for them to have any collective for future breedings. Their sperm was not strong enough. That's why that shit that they try to tell you about Mayday having sperm, that's bullshit, just like it would be with Jeep. But go ahead, big bro.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, even if they collected a sperm, it wouldn't be worth nothing because it wasn't potent.
Right. Yes, sir.
So I think Jeep died in '89, if I'm not mistaken. So if they did collect him, it would have had to been before that. Mm-hmm. But again, I've never heard of it. It would be pretty common for people to know, right?
Right.
And like I said, the person that has to be James Garrett, because he owned him. He made all the breedings, you know. And again, university sounds great, right? Could be Mayo Clinic, could be Merck, this and that. At the time when people were collecting sperm off of dogs, as far as I know, this was told to me by Bobby Smith and Walton, because he had Badger collected and he had Billy collect, right? Grand Champion Badger and Champion Billy, right? There was only one place in the United States that did it, and that was in Texas. And it was a long process, and it was expensive. So how many people had the money and the time and knew about it to do it? Not that many.
Right, that's true.
So just because you say university, that the university would have to have a facility to collect the sperm and then preserve it, right? So that takes a lot of money. I don't know if there's a budget in the university to do that. It's not like I go to the university and even if it's a vet university, if they don't have the facility to do it, or they don't have the containers to hold it and track it all down and keep records and all that, then it doesn't matter that it's a university, right?
True.
So a lot of these dogs that they say, there has to be some kind of way to verify it. Now, if you're talking about the original dog, let's say it's Mayday, let's say it's Jeep, let's say it was Bully Son. You're taking the person's word that that's who they collected off of, because behind those dogs, there's no DNA. So you just taking the word of the person that's saying, hey, this is Jeep sperm. How you gonna challenge that if you don't have anything behind Jeep to say, this is Jeep, we have his DNA, and we have his daddy's DNA and his mama's DNA, at least those two. Those aren't available. So it could have been a son of Jeep, a grandson of Jeep, it could be anything. And that's where DNA can be falsified, because nobody can question the original product. There's nothing behind it to say that's off a Jeep, unless you go to a facility and say, this is Jeep, this is where we start, this is Jeep's DNA, it's public, it's in the records, the facility has it, or I have it, or whoever has it. That's where we start. That's where it can be cheated. That's what can be done. If you look up DNA, can DNA be faked and manipulate all that? You get all kinds of answers of yes. You can do this, they can do that, it can be tainted, it can be, but the original DNA, if you're starting at the beginning, you're just taking somebody's word that is that dog. Doesn't mean it's that dog, right? Unless all that is done. Dog's tested, dog's DNA is recorded, and from that point on, anything off that dog will match the DNA that's taken off that dog. But again, it could be a son, an uncle, a brother, you know. So yeah, it's the new wave, and people are gonna take advantage of it. And you can do, you know, you were talking about Tom has the unit and all that stuff. The first time I seen that was in Amsterdam. Guy David, he's a dog man too. He had it. He did his own. He had the unit. He had a bunch of straws in there. got the nitrogen, freeze it, all that stuff. So you can do it yourself as long as you learn how, or you can have it collected at a facility, have them preserve it for you. As long as you keep it frozen with nitrogen, you can take it back home and pop it in your unit and save it yourself, and then keep your own records. You know. So it is a new way to do things, but still that DNA is going to have to be matched up with the pedigree. You still need a pedigree, unless even if you keep your own records online, you store it in your computer and you keep track of everything, this and that, you're still going to have a pedigree,
Right.
And this issue has been, the DNA too, but the issue like what Bach was talking about, it's been rolling around lately, and it's been accumulating over years, right? About quality of animals, how to breed, what breeding, pedigree, this and that. And it switched from, like Bach was saying, the dog mattered first, to now the pedigree matters more. Why is that? Because people ain't doing shit with the dogs. And I've covered it, right? So what do they have to go on? The pedigree, right? And it don't even mean, I'm not talking about anything illegal, right? But if you don't do something with your dogs, if you don't hunt with them, if you don't weight pool, if you don't do legal sports, if you don't do all this stuff, if you don't regularly exercise and feed them good food and use the right individuals that are durable and tough and can take stress and have the mental capacity to do it, the temperament and the behavior and intelligence, all this stuff, you're going to lose it. So at least we can cover that part of it, the non-illegal stuff side of it, but people ain't doing that either. And I'll say this real quick. I don't want to take over the whole show.
Oh, go ahead and talk away.
He's on Facebook, Joseph Carter, the Mink Man. And I've said this before. I'm going to say it again, right? He hunts, he does rodent, what do you call it? Pest control, right? And he hunts invasive animals like raccoons and shit, all this stuff. And he uses mink to hunt the rats. They can go where the dogs can't go. So he used mink and dogs in conjunction. One of the dogs he has is a pit bull. He's got all these little terriers. So he's going around the country, he's getting hold of all these breeders and trying to find, he wants to add more pit bulls because of their tenacity and all this stuff, right? First thing he said, Richard, I get these dogs and I can't keep them. I got to give them back because they have thin skin. They can't take the punishment. I can't hunt with them every day or every other day because they're getting all cut up by the raccoons. Their skin is too thin. He says, I thought pit bulls were supposed to be durable and tough and all. I said, they are, Joseph. He goes, well, how come they're not? And I said the same thing, because they're breeding them on paper, Joseph, rather than using these dogs for work. On the other side, I have another friend, Jose. He hunts hogs with his dog. Them some bitches are tough. A 40-pound dog that he has can take down a 200-pound hog. They're tough and they're durable, and he don't do nothing illegal with them. And his breeding program reflects that. So at least he's doing that, and most people don't even fucking do that. So, it's like Bach was saying, like we've been talking about, but this has been coming to a head, right? It's not just something that's new. It's been happening over decades because and I put this in my group too, what's been the downfall of the pit bull? And people, they give the regular answers. It's the media, it's people backyard breeding, all this stuff. So I put on there, dogs ain't tough no more. They're soft. Dogs ain't durable no more. They're couch potatoes. They don't have strength. They don't have durability. They don't have ruggedness. They don't have thick skin. They don't have health. All this bullshit that used to be standard with dogs that people competed with because they had to have those standards to go out there and fucking compete in the fast lane. Can you imagine going out there with a weak-ass dog? You ain't going to win shit. So even though it's not legal to do that, you can still do the other stuff with it and have tough, durable, strong dogs, right? But that's the problem. People ain't doing even that no more. Very few. There still is, and in other countries they do what they do and all that. It's okay. So the question ain't about those dogs, and the question ain't about my buddy Jose hog hunting dogs, or my other buddy Tori that hunts with dogs, you know, hog dogs and shit. But it's the general people that own the breed that they just not doing nothing with them, man. And to your point, you know, about keeping it real, you know, that's the problem with a lot of these chats. They don't have the content. They don't have the experience. If I say something, or Bach says something, or Ram says something, or Ross, man, what we did in the past, believe me, through a little bit of research, you can find out if we're full of shit or we're telling the truth.
That's true.
And I challenge people to do it. I tell them to do it. Don't believe me. Do it. Because I've known Bach a long time. You know, he came to my house. We talked about that. Master Dog, 3,000 miles away, all that stuff. And I followed his career and Rastaman. And I know Ram. I know some of the people Ram knows, all that stuff. So I can verify shit too.
Right.
And that's the problem. People say this and they say that, oh, this, that, and just like that. She's a double grand champion, bitch. I haven't heard of her. Who heard of her? Where's the records to back it up?
Right.
If I tell you Bill won in 1:31, that he beat champion Jesse James in 48 minutes, then he beat Mr. C in 37 minutes, go look it up. It's there. There ain't no bullshit. But when you hear all these people say, oh, I got a bad bitch, oh, he's done this and he done that, against who? What? Where? They have no receipts. They have no information behind it.
And
They don't even have the fucking weight of the dog, or who the opponent was, or who the ref was, or none of that shit.
they get mad about it. They get mad when I say that. They get mad. I say, well, to me, you're nobody.
And what's their answer to that? Well, you know, we can't talk about that because of this and that and blah blah. Then don't fucking talk about it.
Right. I'm a reputable. I mean, here's the other one. I got everybody don't do the journal. Everybody don't do. Well, can I ask you a question? If everybody ain't doing the journal, was you going into everybody who wasn't doing the journal? You mean out of all these people you was doing it, ain't nobody you didn't been with the journal with all these hundreds of champions and grand champions through the years? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So that comes up too. Okay, they weren't in the journal. You know how many people I've had on my show, old dog guys, people that are well known, and they mention tons of dogs that were never in the journal. But they have the facts. He beat this guy then in an hour, whatever, 37 minutes, he killed this and that. So what I do, I talk to them, other guys. Hey, Jim Stinson, did you lose to Cajun Knight, Leandro Dago's Cajun Knight? Yeah, we lost to him twice. We lost with Champion Tuffy and we lost with Oso Negro. Okay, but nobody ever heard of Cajun Knight. So that stuff can still be verified. And there's a ton of dogs that wasn't in the journal that people know about. These guys talking their shit, nobody knows about them. Nobody heard about them. I can't find nothing on them. So even though, and some of these guys that didn't really report shit, they're still in the journal, dude. Somebody else reported their shit.
Exactly.
Somebody reported Mr. Gray stuff. It's in there somewhere, maybe not their whole career, but some of their dogs are in there. You know, that's just, it's not, the journal ain't the end all and be all, but it's a record of that 30-year span of a lot of dog guys competing with their dogs. So at least it's some kind of record. And there's some bullshit in there. It gets weeded out. And you really, you really couldn't lie back then if you were in the fast lane, or if you were competing. You can get away with some bullshit. But if I say, I beat James Crenshaw, somebody's gonna fucking ask me how, when, how, who, what dog you use, what dog he used. You can't lie about that shit. You can't, it's just they figured out that they can lie and deceive and talk shit online and in chats and all that. And that's the problem with some of these chats, All they do is argue. All they do is talk shit. All they do is go back and forth. Why? Because they have no other content. What are they going to talk about? What they did 20 years ago? They didn't do shit 20 years ago. And if you said you had dogs for 30 years, then tell me what you did with your dogs 20 years ago so nobody gets in trouble. It's nothing.
True.
So I'm right with you, brother. It's just you know, like I said, this has been coming to a head. Ain't nothing new. It ain't nothing. It's just been, and it evolves over time. Because you hear this and you hear that, and people have chats and we talk and this and that, right? And it's getting to that point where the only reason we're bringing it up, Bach and Ram and even Rossman and all these other guys, you know, Mr. Daigle and Mr. Gray, all these guys bring it up, is because the question comes up, well, what's the worth of a dog, or why is that a good dog? And before they would tell you, if he was a good nose dog and he was rough and he cut shit, he was smart, he was game, he fell down on his scratches and he beat a four-timer, all that. Now they don't have that. So what are they going to talk about? The pedigree.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all they got.
Or here's a good one. Well, I had a few great dog men who were, you know, I don't want to say their name. They say it's a good dog, but you don't want to say their name.
Right. If you're an old guy like me, you know, there's no reason not to, because a lot of these guys are in their 80s that I interviewed. So they have there's nothing they could say that's going to get them in trouble. It happened in the 1970s.
Right.
And there's some younger guys, okay, they can't say their name. That's okay. That's understandable. But at least they'll give you some names farther back, right?
Right.
When they first started or whatever. They have some content. They have some experience. They have some receipts. Nowadays, very few people they don't have shit. So, you know, I take it with a grain of salt, you know. And when they show me their PIDs, like Bach was saying, they show us the PIDs. I don't know what it is. You tell me. Why are you asking me? I don't know these dogs. They're current dogs, and I don't know them. So when I do that, they can't tell me what their grandparents did, their great-grandparents did, their great-great-grandparents did. They can't go back 10 years and tell me what the dogs in the ped did, because they don't know. All they know is it's a pedigree. They have no information about the history of their own fucking dogs, and they're feeding them on the chain there, and they don't know shit about them. Sad, man.
Yet they breeding the hell out of them, though.
Breed the hell out of them. Breed the hell out of them.
Some of them got good game when it comes to talking about that shit. If you don't get this shit here, you ain't gonna have shit.
It's right off of this dog and that dog. You know what I tell them? I tell them, so what? It's off this dog, that dog. I called dogs off of Big Red. That was my dog. He still produced curs. We called offspring off of Jeep. We called grandchildren off of Red Boy. I called dogs off of Hall's Robert and Sharon and Click Swirly Shirley. I called Heinzel dogs. I called Boyle's dogs right from Ronald Boyle's. So don't give me that shit. This dog's in the pedigree 80 times, and that don't mean shit.
Right.
It don't mean nothing. If the dog ain't no good, why would you include it in your breeding program? Because all you're doing is degrading your own family of dogs. Why are you saving a dog that has skin problems and kidney problems and fucked up structure and all this stuff? Why are they keeping him? It goes back to the same shit, because of the way he's bred. Because look at the breeding. Because this and that. Oh, his daddy was bad. I don't care if his daddy was bad. We're talking about your dog here. What did he do? Nothing. So,
his daddy was tough though. You know. Jimmy around the corner tell you about it. Well, who is Jimmy?
Yeah. And you know, they could be telling the truth, but his daddy's son, the one this person has, ain't worth a fuck, man. Why would you keep it?
Well, another thing,
because like you said, that pedigree matters. They can make money off it. They can sell pups. They can do this and that, you know. And it happened with just about every breed. Look what happened to the German Shepherds. Look what happened to the Bull Terriers. Look what happened to the Yorkies and the fucking hound dogs and shit. The show dogs. They ain't worth a fuck. Nobody hunts with them dogs. If you go to a guy who has hounds that really uses them, right? They all look similar. But they have disparities in the way they're built and their colors and their structure, all this shit. Why? Because they're breeding them to fucking hunt. They don't give a fuck what they look like.
That's true. And then back in our day, anyway, you had to be careful anyway. You can't be running around there like, you know, I always use the Latin connection. That's what I call it. You know, 2003, 2004 became the Latin Connection. Where, you know, the journal got taken over, and now all of a sudden we got all the great Latin kennels becoming dogs of the year and all the book covers and shit like that. Come on now, schoolboy, you know I'm telling the truth.
that was you know, I don't know about all that, but that was pre internet shit. So they were just doing, somebody, not just them, but other people were just doing in print what people are doing now online.
Yeah.
Same shit. It's just more advanced.
Right.
They lied back then. You know, honestly, nothing has changed in the game. There's been people that breed pups when they're 6 months old, breeding curs, cold dogs, kitty dogs. Go back to the beginning of the breed. It's always happened. There's always been pre-ASPCA that's been downing the breed back to 1890. They had a whole article about that famous match between, you know, with Charlie Lloyd's Pilot, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was in the major magazines, but there was one article written by like a SPCA person on how cruel dogfighting was. It should be outlawed and all this shit. So nothing has really changed. But in the same respect, the real dog guys that did real shit, whether you're talking about Donovan or Corcoran or Leitner, Tudor, Hines, all them guys, everybody knew who they were because the people that were involved with a pit bull back then, most of them matched dogs.
Yeah.
So it was a small circle that way. But there were still fakers and liars back then, cheaters and all that shit. It's just that because there's more dogs, more people, nowadays there's more of it. And because of the internet, everything's immediate and everything can't be checked under the excuse, I can't talk about that shit. Okay, I understand that. Let's not talk about the illegal shit. Send me a healthy fucking dog. How about that? Do that first. Send me a well-structured dog that has good temperament. They're not even doing that. I put a thing up. I started this, and I started with box dogs. And the point was, look at these dogs. Look at box dogs. Look at their structure. Look at their coat. Look at their eyes. Look at all this stuff. And then look at some other pictures. Match them up. I can tell the difference just from looking at the fucking pictures, which dogs are solid and which ain't. The other ones look soft. They look sissy. Box dogs look tough. They look strong. Even little puppies. They look like grown dogs, but they're fucking 8-week-old, 12-week-old puppies. That comes from breeding. That comes from health. That comes from durability and all this shit. And Bach ain't doing nothing with his dogs illegal. He's not. But the standards of health and good food and all that shit, structure, all that stuff, he's kept those standards still. That people ain't even doing that. So fuck all the illegal shit. That don't matter. How about some healthy fucking dogs first? How about you know, good bone, thick bone, and big fucking muscle? You look at his little puppies, you can see the muscle separating from each other, the muscle groups and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And their attitude and all that, you know. So we not even talking about nothing illegal. You can't even send me a fucking healthy dog. It's got problems. It's got fleas on it. It's wormy and shit. That's what it's got to. Where they want the money so bad and make these breedings and the pedigree and all that shit. They ain't even keeping standards of health up, man. So that's the downfall of the breed. It ain't so much. It's that other stuff too. But that's the biggest concern, is that the people who have the dogs ain't even keeping healthy dogs and tough dogs and dogs you can put some stress on and put them through a keep and they don't fall down. Dogs, you know, at least they should be able to do a weight pull or a treadmill race or catch a fucking coyote or a fucking raccoon or something. They can't do that. They'll run out of gas. And like I said, this guy who's not even a dog guy is telling me this shit. Joseph, Richard, what's wrong? What happened to the pit bulls? How come they're like that? I thought they were supposed to be tough. So, and if I go anymore, I'm just going to be repeating myself. So let someone else talk, brother.
Hold on, let me give a big shout out while I got that little break in there. My man Michael Schrader coming in with a 5-piece. He said, going to be a great show. Appreciate the love, Mr. Michael Schrader.
Thank Thank you, Mike.
Way to go, brother Mike.
Okay, but you know what? Back in our time, though, you know, you couldn't stick your neck out there with too much gapping because, you know, the fast lane is always looking for somebody to hook into. You know, and that's what I saw the advantage that we had back then. You know what I'm saying? You know, after the beeline situation, you know, it got better. You know, you know, a lot of the fake boys, they went back underground, deep underground. Some of them got out of the game because that pressure was on. You know,
right? Well, competition breeds competition. If you get whooped, you want to get them back, or you want to get better. If your dogs ain't up to par, you're gonna make them better, or you're gonna get better dogs, right?
That's true.
That's that gap you're talking about. It's there's what are you measuring it up to? And that's why I have to go to the very basics. At least a well-structured dog, at least a healthy dog, at least a dog that has some breeding behind it, you know, that's intelligent enough and has prey drive. You can hunt with it or work it or something. You know, I get a lot of pictures, a lot of videos. People want, you know, opinions on how their dog's working this and that. Some of them can't do 5 minutes on a treadmill, and they ain't running it real fast. They're trotting the motherfucker, but they're telling me, Richard, he can only do 5 minutes. He runs out of gas. Now, it could be the feed, it could be the breeding, whatever it is. It could be that they didn't exercise it its whole life, or they just got it grown and, you know, hasn't been done nothing with. But that's kind of what I'm talking about. That's the detriment that's happened over decades. Now that's what we have. If I sent you a grown dog, I tell you, take it off the plane, take it off the you know, if you pick it up, drive to my house, when you take it home, look at that motherfucker. He's ready to go, man. He ain't fat. He's close to weight. Look at him. Tell me what you think. And if it ain't what I said and you don't want him, bring him back. I'll give you your money back. So, you know, the dog represented me. These are the kind of dogs I'm putting out. If I let my friend use it or an acquaintance use it or I sell a dog, that's me. That's representing me. So I want you to have a good one. Mm-hmm. And Bach will tell you that too. He'll sell you a good pup, the pick of the litter, whatever, because it's getting out there and it's going to represent him. So he wants you to have a good one. He ain't selling you the fucking culls. Because if he has a cull, he's just not going to breed it. He's not going to keep it. He wants the good ones, and he wants you to have a good one. And that's the way I was. And now they're going to sell you anything under the sun, man. If it has a problem, I guarantee you there a lot of people, not everybody, anybody take what I'm saying personal. It's not directed towards anybody. But some of these people will sell you their culls just to get their money back on whatever they put into their dogs, or give it to you before it grows up, and then you see this problem that it has, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the name of the game today. Like I said, I've seen more champions and less dog matches, you know, compared to we had a lot of champions back then, but we had a lot of matches. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I see a whole bunch of champions out here, but very little matches. So I be like, I'm confused. How are you breeding these champions that these people are calling champions? How are y'all breeding to these dogs and you know nothing about them? You know what I'm saying? And it's not the fact that they want to breed to this dog because he's a champion. You know, my argument about the story is what's in the basement. If it's in the basement and you down there, then you don't have to go on Facebook to find that great champion. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to have great dogs, you're not going to go looking around Facebook or a chat room to get that type of information.
I've mentioned that too, you know, but the people that are doing anything, they're not going to be online. They're not going to be on Facebook. They're going to be underground. They're not going to be out there. They could get in trouble.
Right. They don't even want to talk to you. They don't even want to talk to you. If you're going to see them, you're going to see them at a show. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get to meet them at a show or something like that. and make contact that way, you're going to be out there doing something illegal right along with him to be making damn sure that y'all can, you know what I'm saying, can congregate.
Yeah.
Outside of that, once you walk away from that zone, ain't nobody want to talk to their ass. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want nobody popping up. I saw you the other week, but you should have said something when I was there, when I know we both were doing something illegal, okay? Don't come to me today talking about what you saw. I don't want to hear that shit.
That's right. That's right.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not saying there ain't good breeders. There's great breeders out there.
Yeah.
But it's going to take some time to get to them. And you got to network, make relationships. And you got to spend money. And you got to put in the work. And you got to travel maybe. And you got to do all this stuff that's involved. People want things right away. And they're going to go get, rather than getting something that they like, something that they've researched, studied, and they know the bloodlines and they know the breeder, they're getting what's available. That's it. If someone has dogs available that will sell them to anybody, that's who they're going to go to because they want a pit bull.
Yeah.
It's that fucking simple. You know, I wouldn't do that. You know, the people's standards have lowered too, you know, because they're so infatuated with the breed and they want to get a jump on it and get into it as fast as they can and have a dog that they'll get anything from anybody because that person's going to tell them these fucking dogs are good and they're this and that and look at the pedigree and all that stuff. That's not how you buy anything. You know, I'm a gun enthusiast. I got to know everything about the fucking gun I'm buying, including how guns were made, how they were developed through history, how to take this motherfucker apart and clean it before I buy it.
Mm-hmm.
That just makes sense. So it's the same thing with the dog. You should know everything you can about them. But like I said, when you show me a pedigree and you don't know the history of your dog that you buy, how the hell am I supposed to tell you? I don't know shit about the dogs today. So I'm depending on you to tell me what the parents did and what they produced and not just, oh, he produced the winner and he this and that. Not that. Well, who? Winner who? Who'd he beat? Who does daddy beat? Who, you know, what'd you do with them? What did he produce? What did those dogs do? Nobody questions shit. They take somebody's word for it. Why? Because they have pit bulls and they want one. They want to buy it.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's not a recipe for success, man.
I got a boomerang bolio dog. You got a boomerang bolio dog? Yeah, man. Yeah, he go all the way back to boomerang bolio. I look at the pedigree. I don't see nothing but Freeman. 8 generations of Freeman. When we gonna get to the bolio and the tombstone shit, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just back there. But, you know, and then they tell me, Twin, what you think about this pedigree? Yeah. I mean, brother, I see.
Well, I can tell you, we get that shit all the time, every day. I ain't saying all the time, like, you know, it happens, you know, it's every day we get stuff like that, and we're polite. We ain't knocking anybody, but I can't give you information that I know that I don't know. I'm relying on you to give me the information. Then I can tell you what's behind it and what you should expect and what the ancestor did. How they were built, what their style was, what they did, their temperament, their prey drive, all that stuff. But the current shit, I don't know, dude. You tell me.
Mm-hmm. I'll be wanting to ask them as soon as they show it to me, why, what you gonna do with it? Before I tell you what you gonna do with it, with the information you know what I'm saying? You know, I don't want to tell you.
You know, I have other friends that they are involved in weight pools and all that shit. That's what they talk about. I got a grand champion weight puller, his son, got 3 sons off of him that are on their way. They can pull 6,000 pounds, 40-pound dog. They won treadmill race, wall climbing. You know, I've judged dogs like that. I judged the premier wall climbing bitch in the world in Mexico. Antara was her name. She was a badass bitch. And these people, they don't talk about, oh, my dog's game. And he, you know, they're in their lane. They talk about health and athleticism and, you know, conditioning for their sport. They don't get out of line. I have a lot of respect for those guys, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't talking about dogfight and all that bullshit. So that's why I say at least do that with them, something like that. Go hunting with them, shit, you know. But you got people that you know, like I said, we hear it all the time. Bach will tell you, they tell them all kinds of stuff.
You know, I'm always telling them like this. You ask me a question like that, I'm a retired, used to be dog fighter. So the comments that I make about your shit is gonna come from a fighting dog, you know, personality. Not that I'm doing anything now, but you're talking to a guy that used to fight dogs. So you might not like my answer. You know what I'm saying? Because
most of them, that's what they want. They want that perspective. You know?
Yeah.
They want the style. They want the gameness. They want the finish. They want to hear all about that.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with it because anything I talk about is fucking last century. So that's not the problem. It's just that they don't have any stats or anything to back up what they say other than he's a bad motherfucker and he's a killer and he's game. That's what they tell me.
And here's a remark I said, you know how many, you know, we see them on videos. We see them kind of dogs in movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, shit, we can go down the street, see Jimmy and Bobo walking their dogs, and they swerve them down. They kill some, and they walking together.
Yeah. Like that.
Okay.
Fucking 20 pounds overweight, walking in the dead of the summertime.
And they walking side by side, and they swerving down. They'll kill some. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you know what?
But just for people that if you looking on Facebook, look at the dogs, but start paying attention to the pictures you see of the dog. Look at a famous dog like Kobe's Pinscher, and then look at Joe Blow's dog. You see a difference? You see a difference in the muscle, in the bone structure, in the way their head is, the eyes, the way they look and focus. I see it. It ain't nothing for me to see, and okay, that's a nice dog. Stop. To me, they just look soft. And it don't matter if they exercise their dog or whatever. The dog looks soft. It don't look hard.
Right.
So,
I was dealing with somebody who was getting he's got dogs, right? And he's telling me how he's trying to build his yard. Okay. Now, y'all, this is what y'all want to hear some crazy shit. Now, y'all, I mean, for anybody who used to do dogs, you know what I'm saying? When we clean up our dogs after we get done doing them, okay? We get a little dirty, we get a little wet, but we don't get greasy. You understand what I'm saying? We don't get greasy. Well, this guy tried to show me a picture, y'all, of him holding a dog, right? And the dog looked like he had been washed. But the thing that threw me off, y'all, was he had greasy hands. You know how you put Vaseline on your hands? And if you notice the Vaseline on your hands, and then you see it on the dog, that ain't water. That's like Vaseline or something. So the first thing came to me.
There's a horse shine thing that they put on the horses to make them shine,
Yeah, but this was right after a show. This was right after a show. They sitting up there holding a trophy.
Oh, okay.
So I'm looking at this picture and I'm thinking, this might be the police. I mean,
never know.
I mean, to me, it was a staged picture, y'all. Because ain't no way in the hell I'm gonna have no greasy hands holding a dog that look like he been wiped down in grease, and y'all got it look like he's water. Don't see no scar on this motherfucker, and you sitting here holding a trophy. And and you look like you didn't dip your hands in some type of grease. Why? I mean, it's cold outside, so where's all this grease, the shiny hands come from? You understand what I'm saying, y'all? It spooked me. You know when your ears ding-a-ding-a-ding, your eyes see something that don't look right?
Well, that's the eyes of experience. You're seeing something that don't look right, like you said. So what is it? Anybody could go buy a trophy.
Yeah.
Anybody could. You know what I mean? It just, like...
It spooked me.
They figure this shit out. You know what I mean? They'll figure this. How can I do this? How can I manipulate? How can I lie? How can I do something, Why can't you just be honest?
Right.
You know, and you know, this is what it is, and then let people make their give their opinions, because you know, just like you saw it, somebody else is going to see it, so now this guy's going to get thrashed. You liar, you did this, what'd you put on your dog? They're going to ask, just like they show yards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people criticize, why is there garbage here and you didn't clean up the shit and all this stuff.
Right.
You know, along with these pictures I got from Bob, I don't know whose yard it was, you know, but there were some other pictures of a little kid holding a dog, beautiful pup, and they're in the yard, there's cement, I can see that the fucking grass is cut, nice, it's not dirty.
Right.
Hell, even the little kid looked good. Like, you're gonna take a nice picture, you know? And you know, I look at the background, you know, too, because that's what a lot of people do. They look, that's why they criticize. Why you got a sky kennel for a fucking doghouse? Why you got this and that? You know, the pictures he showed me, man, like I said, the yard's cut, the grass is cut, everything's clean. There ain't a bunch of garbage. The patio was clean. The background, the trees are trimmed, all this shit.
No, that is right.
Like you're supposed to present your dogs. And that's why people get thrashed online, because you showing them a dog, you think the people are just gonna look at the dog? No, they're gonna look behind, they're gonna see if your hair is combed, they're gonna look at their shit in the yard, you know, if you got weeds all over the fucking place, you know. So, you know, they don't think about it. They just think, I'm gonna show this dog with horse shine on it to make it look shiny because he just won or whatever the fuck.
Right. That's right.
Right.
That's right. You're right now. But that one,
I appreciate that, bro. You know.
Yeah, that's true though, fellas.
Hey, I got a question.
Go ahead, Bob.
I got a little break in here. I'm going to go over this poll right quick. And I want you guys to comment on it. You guys say I received a poll question, but I'm going to just read it off to you. We have 134 votes up to this point. The poll question is, can it be possible to have puppies of Jeep frozen sperm bred to a daughter of Mayday in 2024? We have 17% that said yes, 57% said no, and 26% said possible. Possible.
Now that's how confused the game is, y'all. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear those numbers, man? Did y'all hear that, man?
Yeah. Come on, hold on. I just want to, let's take this one by one. Bach, you've been, you know, let me hear from you, bro. It's time to hear from you. Tell me what's on your mind.
Is he there? Was Bach still there with us?
Who he called? Ram? He said Ram? He called Ram or Bach?
Bach.
Okay, what was the question? I'm sorry. I thought he was talking to Brother Ram.
No, we were talking about the poll, and you know the numbers. They had 17% said yeah, it's possible.
Hey, you have to ask Brother Ram that question. I love it. Want to hear what he has to say.
You got 57% that said no, and you got a 26 that said possibly. You got you got Jeep bred to a daughter of Mayday in 2024. Is it possible, y'all? Probably.
No.
I mean, that's how lack the game is.
I got a motherfucking sign off for Kobe's picture you can sell it to right now for $5,000. No, black man like the shit I know, but he right off a picture. Bred to a daughter of Tudor Blackjack Jr.
When Mike Carter asked me, hey, Rich, I said, Mike, that's a joke, man. I said that can't be serious, because that has to be a joke. But looking at the poll, when you got 26% said probably, 17% said yes, and you only have 57% that said no. You know that number's supposed to be around 80, 90% no. Because that means the lack of knowledge is showing you how y'all lack that knowledge. There's no way you could have something off a Jeep, y'all. There's no way. I mean, you got enough guys out here that's out here passing around dogs and papers and whatever. You got pit bulls. I mean, if you don't know the history of the dog game at all, then there's nowhere in the hell you should be having these bulldogs. If you don't know that out of all the dogs around all these years, and you ain't seen a son of Jeep pop up in how many years? With all the great dog men that had these dogs, you got tabs, you got all kind of shit that came off a Jeep. And you ain't got nobody running around here hollering they got a dog off a Jeep. And the crazy thing, the daughter off of Mayday. They didn't say they got this daughter off of Mayday through some old sperm shit. They said he got a daughter off of Mayday. Now, in 2024, he got a daughter off of Mayday. Come on, y'all. There is no possible way. You can't even give me a probably to that. Because I mean, where is the probablys at? I'm feeling sorry for the probablys and the yeses. You see what I'm saying? I'm really feeling sorry for the probablys and the yeses because y'all lost. Y'all lost. Y'all have no inkling of the historical things of the dog game. So if you ain't carrying nothing historical to your point, why do you have these dogs? I mean, for you to sit there and say probably to a question that's totally obvious to the novice. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got two of the greatest dogs of all times, and you don't even know. The first thing I learned about in the dog game was going like Barney. Once I, watching Richard Stratton's book, right?
Yeah.
He was, I mean, that's how I kind of learned the game. There was some pretty good match dogs and matches that he talked about in some of his books. You know what I'm saying? And remember he had the pedigrees and shit like that in there. Man, this is how I familiarized myself to the dogs. Lord help me, poor Reese. Maurice sitting around here getting dogs from James Elwin's and Atlas, ain't thinking nothing of it. Man told me when I got up to Ohio, he read my papers. The man was jumping around like, you down there one of the greatest dogs out there. And I'm thinking like, I don't even have no idea what he talking about. Yeah, we had a triple bred Jeep bitch off the Jeep. She was off a Jeep 3 times. Her mama was off a Jeep and her mama was off a Jeep. You know what I'm saying? And everybody was like, and I said, yeah, I got a triple bred daughter off the Jeep. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was like, twin, ain't no way in the hell you got no triple bred daughter off the Jeep. I said, I tell you what, call James Garrett. Call James Garrett.
Yeah.
I ain't got to argue with you. Back then we had the websites. We didn't have no podcast. We had the message boards. You remember those back then, y'all? Yeah, got into it. Yeah, I had a triple bred Jeep bitch, and I had her pedigreed up there, and somebody came up there. So there's no way that dog is off a Jeep. There's no triple bred Jeep dog. I said, well, go ask James Garrett. And all you got to do is go on Pairs Online and pull up Goldie, and you got James Garrett as being the breeder, and it must be him because he said the last person who had this dog, she was sold to Growing Hard Kennels.
And when was that? What year was that?
86.
Okay. That falls in line with the timeline.
Yeah.
And that's what people need to do is you can check the timeline. Let's do some math on a couple of things you mentioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Daughter of Mayday. So let's assume it's not from frozen semen, right?
Right.
From what I recall, Mayday was active when I got out of the game. That was in 95, right?
Yep.
So I don't know his age was, but he was active around that 94, 95, 96, maybe 90, whatever it was. Right?
Yeah, he made Dog of the Year in 96.
Okay. If he lived another 10 years after that, and let's say he was 15 years old, the last breeding they made, right?
Mm-hmm.
That he would have lived till 2005. So a daughter off of him would have been born in 2005, or let's say 2006. She would have to live almost 20 to be 20 years old to be able to produce a pup to have a daughter off of her, or a daughter off of Mayday. The math don't math up.
How fast did I tell you that, Mike, when you asked me? Didn't I break it down just like that?
These puppies is due in 20.
You talking about
2 weeks.
in 2 weeks, the puppies is gonna be here. I said, Mike. First of all, there was no damn way that dog is off of Mayday. Do you know how they? What is this bitch? She is a Methuselah.
Okay, so if she was 10 years old in 95, in 2005, you see it don't add up.
It don't add up. There's no way.
And the other one you mentioned, and I'm not picking on Mayday, it's just the example that was given.
Mm-hmm.
But you can do this with any dog, right?
Yeah.
You said there are 1,500 pups off of him, right?
Damn near.
Okay, let's do some math. So if you got an average of 5 pups a litter off of any dog, right? For you to get, this is just one mathematical equation. For you to get 1,500 pups off of any dog, if you average 5 pups per litter, you would have had to have bred him once a week for 6 years straight, no breaks. That's how many times you'd have to breed him. That's how much you'd have to breed him. And that's how long you would have to breed a dog to get 1,500 pups. So when you hear people say, oh, this dog threw thousands of pups, this dog he was bred 300 times and all this shit, the math does not add up. That's just people saying shit. And now with DNA, yeah, you could do that. If you got enough straws, you could breed them 1,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd have to stipulate that these are frozen breedings done over a span of 20 fucking years or whatever it was. You know, people tell me, oh, I know dogs. Yeah, they were bred that much. They bringing bitches to this guy's yard all the time. Not once a week for 6 years straight, man. You know, that along with the age of the dog. So that's 6 years out of his life. How long did the dog live? When did they start breeding them? You know, most of them don't get bred when they're a year old. You know, that's what I look at when I see shit like that. The math does not math up.
I got another one for you. Big bro, I got another one for you. If you don't have to have a sperm sample to get a DNA. You can get a DNA off of anything. Now, here's my thing about Mayday. Why do you think they never got a DNA sample for Mayday to prove anything about Mayday after he was gone? Why isn't there any type of specimen of DNA on Mayday to people to check they shit to Mayday?
Right. Because at least they could have checked it to him.
Exactly.
Maybe not his parents or nothing, but at least to him.
Exactly.
So
not the sperm,
why
but just a DNA profile on him, just that alone. He was an ADBA dog champion, show champion. He was an ADBA grand champion.
Mm-hmm.
But no evidence of any DNA on that dog. They didn't want to have no DNA on Mayday.
Could be.
See, that's the way I looked at it.
At the very least, if they did, they could at least say that, hey, here's Mayday's DNA.
I got Mayday DNA to match up anything twin saying. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sit it right there in my lap. I'm going to prove the twin that the Maytoo is off of Mayday.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to have what you have, 1,000 dogs after you left the United States, and you couldn't even breed 13 bitches that you was breeding to before you left. Didn't nobody have no pups? Nobody?
Well, that's why you question it.
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense, you know.
And if you ain't getting no sperm,
there's always that thing where, you know, maybe we're wrong on certain things than that, but we're bringing up stuff that matters. It should matter, and people should question it. They don't question it.
Exactly.
Somebody that pedigree you put up, or that breeding you put up, Jeep to this bitch off of Mayday, somebody's gonna buy them pups. Somebody's gonna believe it.
Yes.
Without questioning it. That's ridiculous.
You got 27% that said probably. They would have bought one. We sure would have got. Hey, you got 17% that said, yeah, they sure would have bought one. You know what I'm saying? That dude probably got about maybe $30,000-$40,000 out of that deal. You know what I'm saying? This on some naive shit. You know what I'm saying? From people that don't know. They jumping all over. Got that dope money or just rich money. You know what I'm saying? And they just got to have it. You know what I'm saying? But hey, that was a question that I always questioned when it came down to Mayday. You know, it's not the fact that they didn't pour samples on me because he didn't have nothing worth a fuck. But to me, because it was an argument about those dogs that he did not take, yet we got all these manufacturing dogs coming out of Ecuador coming off of Mayday. And let's also keep in mind, as I would keep on reminding people, with all the great dogs that Mayday had prior to leaving, those numbers sure didn't stay like that once they got to Ecuador. Because we should have had a whole bunch of Lucanes and Barracudas and Brats and Chanels and Annabelle. Them dogs weren't coming out of Ecuador like that, yet there was a lot more dogs coming out of Ecuador being sold. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And if he was that much important to the game that you took the dog and you had the dog stuffed. You had the dog stuffed. Why wouldn't you keep a DNA profile to answer those questions that most of us that knew the situation, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, why not have that information?
If they got it stuffed, somebody ought to go clip his ear or something, you know, or pull some hair off.
Yeah.
Test it.
Yes, Victor had Mayday stuffed. Yeah, he got Mayday, but you don't hear nothing about no DNA proving nothing. You see what I'm saying? Because
I sure do.
And I always say, man, you know, Victor turned into he was not a dog man when he left. He was a businessman. Because when he left and went to Ecuador, it went from $850 to $1,200 to breed the Mayday. And you had to get your dog out there to Ecuador now. You know, a lot of us went through the Miami route to get him to Ecuador, and there was a lot of people doing it, and he was selling a lot of puppies coming out of Ecuador. You know what I'm saying? But in the beginning, the question was like Ice Day, Mayday Junior, and all these dogs right here. Yeah, they might have been off the Mayday, but them puppies y'all got could be off of Ice Day and Mayday Junior. You know what I'm saying? Mayday Junior looked just like Mayday.
Right.
My problem was with that is, okay, y'all took him to the university. Y'all supposed to be trying to build a sperm count up. We heard the same story with Jeep, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they take a profile of Jeep's DNA for later proof?
Yeah. Well, the only thing I would answer to that is because it wasn't readily available at that time.
Yes.
That's why I question some of those dogs that I hear that were collected, their sperm was collected, you know. So if it's true, that has to have a history. When did you collect them? Where did you have them collected? Where was it stored at? What was the process? You got to have the story to go along with it. You got to have the facts to go along with it. I'm not saying that them dogs weren't, you know, like Tab was, Big Red was. There's several dogs that were, but they have those receipts to back it up. This is where they took the dog. This is where it was collected. This is where it was kept, you know, like that. So I'm not denying that it wasn't done, but I wouldn't just take somebody's word for it without some kind of proof of them doing it, you know.
Okay, I'm showing a picture of Brat and Mayday and Victor, y'all. This is the only proof that we would have to prove that Maytu was off of Mayday and Brat. That's right. We have sperm on Maytu to this day. There's sperm off of Maytu, out there. Mayday and Brat. Now, remember the story that I told y'all. This breeding happened in Ecuador. Okay? Now, we don't have no DNA off of Brat, and we don't have any DNA off of Mayday. You know what I'm saying? But there is definitely a way that you can really go back into these bloodlines and samples like with Brat. Brat has Mayday in her. You know what I'm saying? And I know in that DNA, they should be able to tell us if Brat and Maytu got the same daddy. Am I right, schoolboy?
Yep. At least you can do that much.
That's,
and, you know,
that's the shit that I be saying. I said, look, there's one thing for damn sure about Maytu. One thing about Maytu, we know for a fact that he was bred to Brat. Our question is, did Brat have puppies off of Mayday, or was those puppies off of something else? That was my biggest question. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But my argument was to people, between what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? I said, one thing I can say, I don't need Mayday to prove that. Because one thing for damn sure, when I bred Red Ace to Mayday.
Incoming call from +504
Hey, Mike.
9775 9473 for Michael Bayless.
Alexa, answer the call. All right, bro, you back?
Yes, sir. I'm back there, my brother. Yes, sir.
Yeah, one thing about it, when we bred Red Ace to Mayday, Mayday he was a champion. He wasn't Grand Champion Mayday, and he wasn't the great Mayday that he was by the time we bred back to him. So one thing that we had in our favor, we know Brat was off of Mayday. You can look at the picture and clearly see that's off of Mayday. There was no reason for Victor to be lying and playing games with that one. Okay, so we know that in that DNA, that sample of Maytu sperm, we can always prove, and it has been proven through DNA analysis from the ADBA that Maytu and Brat had the same father.
okay, there you go.
You see what I'm saying? Brat and Maytu had the same father. So that's clearly a fact that Maytu was off of Mayday. But it was because of the fact that we had Brat. My question is, how did Victor get her pregnant? When we know that he left 13 dogs here in Florida, man. You hear me what I'm saying, y'all? 13? You have 13 dogs you bred to, and you didn't have no puppies. But you get over there, and Brat was one of them. Brat was bred to Mayday, and right along with Yellow Apache. They were both down there with Victor. Brat got so sick that I wouldn't take her back. I didn't know Yellow Apache was sick until I got her back, but Brat was too sick for me to mess with her, and I wasn't taking her out of his hands with her being fucked up. But I had got Yellow Apache. She didn't look sick, but when I got her back, she had gotten sick. You know, she had obesity, and she had it for like 5 or 6 months before I realized that, you know, that there was something was really wrong with her. You know what I'm saying? And now the whole time, Brat was over in Ecuador with Victor. When Brat came back to me, down there 8, 9 months later, she was full of puppies. I said 8, 9 months later, she was full of puppies. And these puppies was supposed to have been off of Mayday. And I always question that. You know what I'm saying? I always question, are these dogs off of Mayday? Because now I'm seeing floods of dogs coming out of Ecuador, coming off of Mayday. And I know damn well Mayday was damn near sterile before he left. Everybody knew a couple of the real dog men like Missing Link, they knew he was missing. You know what I'm saying? That's why so many people were talking about, oh yeah, you know, them dogs ain't off of Mayday. They off of Big John. You know, they stole Big John from Walkmore, and Victor got Big John over there breeding Big John, calling them Mayday dogs. These are all the stories that was coming out. after these 13 dogs that he bred to didn't have, you know, the word was out that Mayday was sterile. So, you know, that was always a big argument to me. You know, even the numbers changed. Where's all the high line dogs like we had in the United States? You know, it should have never changed if they was off of Mayday. You know what I'm saying? All those great dogs, they weren't in those numbers no more. They were straggling around. You know, yeah, we got Monster. You know, they wasn't coming like there was a whole bunch of them. And it didn't take a whole bunch of breedings to produce those dogs. You know, Victor didn't have no 1,000-something damn puppies when he bred Lucane, Barracuda, May May, Annabelle, Chanel. These was all dogs. Twisted. You know what I'm saying? All these dogs was coming out of Southern Kennels. He didn't have no 1,000 dogs on the yard. So when you get over there in Ecuador, where you got a massive amount of land to do whatever you want, you know what I'm saying? And you want to put everything on Mayday, don't you think we should have been having them same old Mayday line of dogs coming out of there with the line, you know, with the potency that he had when he was in Miami, producing them great dogs like, you know, all those champions that he had? There was nothing like that coming out of Ecuador. A whole bunch of dogs was coming out of Ecuador. But it wasn't no whole bunch of great dogs like you know, he left in Miami when he left, you know? Said Mayday had like 11 champions when he left out of Miami. And he wasn't a whole lot of breedings out of that. You didn't see 11 dogs come out of Ecuador after that. Come on, tell the truth. Am I right, though? You know what I'm saying? You had 11.
Yes, sir.
You had 11 dogs. You had 11 champions when you left Miami. You never seen 11 champions come out of Ecuador, and you damn near bred over 1,000 dogs. You understand what I'm saying, y'all? That's what brought my questions on Mayday. You know what I'm saying? And then,
Yeah.
then you have that, you know, I always say that Latin connection. You know, you got, you know, Chico's a salesman, Albert is a salesman, you know, Evolution's a salesman, now Victor's a salesman. Stone City's a salesman. Come on. You know what I'm saying? It was the coldest scheme game that the game has ever played on the dog game. I always called it the biggest, you know, the biggest lie. You know, I always felt like it was the biggest lie played on the dog game. Not taking nothing away from Victor, but a lot of, you know, if you part of the game, that's why I say it's the difference for people who don't know compared to us people who do know. You know what I mean? When you're that close to I'm that close to these guys. You know, I'm really that close to them when I'm sitting back asking the questions, y'all. Asking the questions. I asked Stone City, how y'all sitting back letting Evolution do that and put these wins on this dog when y'all know damn well he lying? You know what I'm saying? It took many years before the truth came out. Oh, your cousin over there. Oh, okay, I get it now. So y'all, you know, I always told Mike, I said, Mike, there's some backdoor underground shit going over there between Evolution and Stone City. Because that was somebody using my name and I know you doing some phony shit. It's like you killing my reputation. You know what I'm saying? And Evolution was doing some Chico shit, y'all. Evolution taught Chico the shit. And then they fall out and they start telling on each other how they was, you know what I'm saying? They all were salesmen. It was always about the money. Always about the money. You know what I'm saying? You see all these so-called great dogs, but really, what great came out of Evolution Kennels, y'all? Really. And really, what great really came from Chico Lopez? Some stories we got from Mexico. So to me, I think that was the biggest scheme. I mean, it went all the way down to the journal when they put Macho Buck on that cover right after you gets busted. So it was like, I called it that Latin connection. You know, you got look, you got Awesome Beast 2002, Sharon, was it Awesome Beast 2002? I think it was 2003. 2003, Awesome Beast inside of, and let's see, it was Awesome Beast and PR Destroyer. They shared Dog of the Year in 2003. Two Stone City dogs. 2004, Macho Buck gets it. Y'all see what I'm saying? That's not a red flag to y'all. And the funny thing about it, here's the real tripped out thing about it. Ward Kennels lost to Yellow Buck for his grand championship. Yellow Buck made grand champion off of beating Ward Kennels' 4-time winner. Y'all see what I'm saying? And they became instant buddies from that day forth. Yeah, because Ward Kennels owned the journal. 2003 he got busted. 2004, he came through this court thing waiting on his case. He appealed his case, and his case went all the way up to 2007. But up to 2007, Ward Kennels was able to maintain the journal with the case. And yet we still had people reporting to the journal. People never, did anybody ever hear that part? So when everybody be screaming and hollering, oh, the journal, I don't do this, I don't do that. Well, I've seen the journal do it for damn near 5 years. No, and he had a case the whole time. The journal went down in 2007 when his appeals was finally over. They didn't work. Turn your ass in and go to jail. And that's where the journal ended at. Everything that happened after 2007, somebody else had their hands in it. And it wasn't even a sporting dog journal. It turned into some international sporting dog shit. You know what I'm saying? But prior to that, the history of the journals from 2003 to 2007 was owned and controlled by the Latino Connection. Not being funny either, because that was the only way Chico was ever to push his product like he pushed it, because the agenda of the lie was never put on challenged or challenged. You know what I'm saying? It didn't get challenged until I came back into the game and seen certain things that was going on that I spoke out about. But you never hear Chico ever say one bad word. You don't never hear Chico say Twin full of shit, Twin did. You don't hear him never say one word about Twin. He argued with everybody else, but he don't say one word about Twin. Because that's how deep and inside I was inside that circle of theirs, where I always wondered why they can accept watching Evolution, even Victor. Even Victor. They was the way Evolution was selling those dogs. And 1 minute, there's only Macho and Matcha. The next thing you know, there's a puppy being added to the breeding every goddamn month after that. There's a new one popping up, Damien popping up, Hannah popping up. You know what I'm saying? There's like these dogs, when it was in the beginning, it was only but 2 of them. And before you know it was 5 of them. Now, where are they coming from? Nobody ever questioned it. Me, I'm asking the question the whole damn time. Because I'm wondering why Evolution's doing it, yet Victor ain't talking shit. I'm watching Evolution do it, and Stone City ain't talking shit. But then once y'all put the bond together, everybody come together, it's been a Mayday Stone City thing ever since. Ever since. The journal turned into the Latino Connection, and everything they had to do with Stone City and Mayday got built up. That's how Chico got built up with his shit. He wasn't putting no reports in there nowhere. With all that money he was making it through advertisement, doing the old in Mexico shit. Yeah, when he got out of jail. Yeah, when my man got out of jail, you know what I'm saying? For him, he had a real heavy fine. He had a real heavy fine, and when he got out of jail, he paid his fine in coins. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about Work Kennels. And I ain't gonna say his name, but you know who Work Kennels is. That's who owned the journal. And he paid his fine in coins. He was, you know, he had the money. But, you know, did he do justice for the journal? To me, what he did for the journal back then was he proved the point that I've always made, and I'm always pushing that issue. Y'all always fussing about a person, you know, with an open case. Well, this man had an open case that he was caught at a dog fight and was able to maintain the journal 5 years after being convicted and going through an appeal, and we still catered to that journal. From 2003 all the way up to 2007, he was able to maintain the journal, still doing reports, still passing out championships, still giving, you know, dogs of the year. Yet nobody was getting busted in that book. So when people want to shut down the journal and talking about, you know, we can't do no record keeping or things like that, listen to me. This man had federal charges. This man had federal dog charges, okay? Yet he was still able to do it to the journal, and he did good. He lasted 5 years doing it. People were still buying subscriptions. And wasn't nobody going to jail because in truality, man, and I know this for a fact, because when I got rated, I had all the journals. I had from 1972, I had every journal, every book of champions, everything. And when they tried to use it against me in the court because I was in that book, the judge told them no. That's why I know why Word Kennels was able to maintain the journal, still publish the journal, still report matches in the journal, and nobody did nothing to him. Even during his appeal, he still was running the journal, a book that the damn Department of Agriculture has stuck through a database and pulled every name, person, and dog on that mug and put it in a database. Every person in there is in a database to this day. But not one person can sit there and tell you they got charged for being in a journal. And then they tell you that, it's a lie. It's a publication that's actually protected. It cannot be used against you unless you have actual 2 witnesses can testify that what they're going to read off that book, you're going to have 2 people that can testify that what is in that book can be testified to. That is the only way. And then you got to question that. Because the one thing for damn sure, that in my trial, and I'm in front of a jury, the thing that you would have thought with all the matches that I refereed when I was in the book, I'm sitting up there with champion, brat champion, pretty mama, you know what I'm saying? Refereeing fights all up in there. And the judge didn't let that shit go in front of that jury. They would not allow one remark about that journal. And the Department of Agriculture sent Tampa, Florida, Hillsborough County, everything that I did inside that journal. Everything. And if they could have got it off, they probably would have told the jury everything I was doing in that book. But the judge never let it in. So anybody can sit there and tell you that the journal got them busted, that's bullshit. If the journal got you busted, one thing for damn sure, it didn't get you convicted. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And it's not the journal. They didn't dissect the journal down and break the journal down and go after guys in the journal. It didn't work like that. It did not work like that because it's still, how did you acquire your information? You cannot use the information in the book. If you know the law, guys, y'all can stop that part. They want you to be fearful of these publications. because without the publications, there's nothing to stand on. See, they systematically destroyed the dog game by systematically hitting the kennels that mattered. That's why they was systematically killing all the dogs. They don't care about charging you. They'll deal with you. If they can get a charge off, they'll get it. But in all else, all they wanted was the dogs. We're gonna hit Floyd Boudreaux's yard, take all his dogs, we're gonna kill all that shit. We just kill off a whole line of them. They did the same thing with old Pat Patrick. Took all his dogs, killed all them. Go to trial, the judge stopped right in the middle of the damn trial and said, y'all go home. Y'all go home. Stopped the trial and stopped it right there in the middle of the trial and told him to go home. He dismissed all this shit, but the dogs were gone. You know, same thing they did with me. Took all the dogs, killed all the dogs the same day they got them. Made me wait 3 years to get me in front of a jury. To turn around and didn't even put up a defense and be found out guilty of dog fighting. And I did not have a lawyer. I did not have a lawyer. So a lot of this stuff that, you know, again, it's more that internet, somebody talking like they know, and everybody got everybody on spook. They want you to be spooky. They want you to be scared. They don't want the game, the foundation of the game to grow. Because with that information, those references, like Schoolboy in his book, he can't speak of nothing other now in his book because he don't know nothing other now. He can only speak on what's in his past. And you know, if you're a person who likes to study, you might be able to go in those books and work your way up to some now shit to follow what came on after that. Same with Going Hard. I'm back there in the back. I didn't have no dogs. Everything that them champions came from didn't come from me. They came from the line. But if you know how to study and look, you can go back there and work yourself up to the now. But without reference, you got 27% that said probably you can go and get that Jeep off, you can go get that puppy off the Jeep. 25% said probably you can go get that dog off a Jeep. But that 17% that said yeah, oh, they shoe in. You can guarantee they're gonna go over there and buy one. They're gonna go over there and buy one and go over to Nuck and Bobo and swear up and down that they don't know what they're talking about. He gonna wake up the next morning, he got the baddest goddamn dog off a Jeep on his yard. 20-something years later. You know what I mean? And you ain't gonna nothing you can say to him that's gonna tell him that dog ain't off a Jeep. 17% said they believe it.
Hey, BAKRI, you still with us?
I'm right here, brother.
BAKRI, let me ask you. Now, you know, only in America, you know, I've always followed your dogs, and I was noticing Schoolboy was talking about it. Now, tell me, you know, share with us, how are you able to do what you do and be consistent? And I never heard you use straws.
Well, first of all, I couldn't do it by myself because I didn't do it by myself. Going back to all of the blood I'm using pretty much off of Tyrone is Tyrone and Katrina stopped together. So people know that I wasn't the only one with the blood. I gave 4 of those puppies away, or 4 of those dogs away, pups, and some gave Lexus to Foundation back when he was 17 months. So basically, Foundation, Big Mike, Jesse, Savage, Backyard Friend. There are a few people, Fabian, who had those dogs and been breeding them the way of line breeding and inbreeding between at times that I wasn't even dealing with. So pretty much, you know, that when I had those 4 dogs go out, they really wasn't never supposed to get out to the public. Really, I was pissed at every one of the motherfuckers to let it get out. Because the agreement was I'm giving y'all these dogs. Even when once I lost Tyrone, I still gave every one of them up to.
Oh, did we lose him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll call back. Well, I'm going to pull Tyrone up. You know, I was just talking about, you know, the Paladin dogs, and I forgot all about Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? You know, I got caught up in the, the
Incoming call from +504 9775 9473 for Michael Bayless.
Alexa, answer the call. Okay, bro. Hey, you there? Card.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that.
No problem.
we got his
what I
pedigree
was
up too,
saying-
bro.
Huh?
I got Tyrone's pedigree up. What was her name again?
Champion Katrina
Okay.
and Champion Tyrone.
Okay.
And that was pretty much the stuff that I'm using still, right?
Right.
So, all right. So I'm gonna just finish what I'm saying. So what happened is, only till recently, within the last, that's why you see some of this blood has been out to the public in the last couple of years, because at the time, when I was speaking with Foundation, that he has said to me, he was like, Box, this week, because first of all, let me just go back. I gave all of these dogs to 4 people. They was never supposed to get out the yard. That was just for their uses. Well, indeed, people start wanting to monetize it, so they start letting shit out. So then Foundation comes to me about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, whatever. Says, Bob, man, it should start letting the blood get out, because I think I should have competed with the Mayday stuff. Not better. And if it just sits among 2 people, then it never gets there to get out. I more or less was like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So then I said, okay, so we start letting selectively go out to certain people. Again, not to no illegal dog fighting, whatever. Just let the blood out. You know what I'm saying? Because they are great dogs. All type of things, you know, minus any illegal activity, right? So I'm going to have to credit a lot of the guys who, at least, even though some was letting shit seep out, but like I said, Bobby Savage was one of the main dudes, and Jesse Hunter were the 2 catalysts for the shit that I had, and people, and then along with Foundation as well, and along with Big Mike. Those guys wanted us been breeding and line breeding and shit for fucking 20 years, and also Terry Lawrence. So when people think one person got the blood, it's pure bullshit. When one person tries to say that they got all of the blood, they're fucking lying, because that's just a sales pitch. But true and be told, those who really had the blood wasn't really trying to make the shit noticeable. You know what I'm saying? But they bred it consistently on the standards that I had spoke to them about in the beginning, which Schoolboy said: structure, prey drive, finish had to be the number one thing. That was the reason I put the 2 together. So I took pretty much a Stompanato, Paladin, Art Missy cross to a Zebo Eli cross, and put devastating dogs together who were known as finishers in strength and mouth, and had that same shit since like 90. Been breeding that shit the same way, and the standard is the standard. If they would have lost any of those traits, which I had to thank, like I said, even guys that I mentioned for keeping the standard, that, you know, that is the standard. So if the structure had failed down and was fucked up, they couldn't be used. If they lost prey drive, they can't be used. If they lost any type of, you know, finishing, meaning that we beat them up on a wild boar and they trying to finish. They on a coyote, finish. Fucking coon, finish. You know what I mean? If they didn't show those qualities, then they will be, don't mean we killing the fucking dog, but I mean, they won't be allowed to continue on the program of breed. You know what I mean? So when some people get color and say, okay, color means killing. not in all aspects. The person that we called throughout our program, meaning they might have been given away to other friends or whatever, but they just could not be reproduced in terms of continuous breeding. So like Schoolboy said, there's certain dogs that when you get them from me or people even I mentioned, they will have those traits. If they're not, then it really falls apart from everything that we was breeding on. So even like I said, 4 generations to the day, it's pretty much what you're going to see. But even though all of that behind it still was put in the same type of hookup. And again, like I said, I have to thank those who was breeding along with me on certain stuff, but not majority. Like, at certain times, because I've been in with the dogs, out of the dogs, in the dogs, out of the dogs, and shit like that. But every breeding program is going to be based on whatever criteria they use. You know what I mean? Some just strictly make games be the number one thing to them. So they really don't care about ability, structure, whatever. It's just hard. I guess their prey drive is high and their cane is high. And again, I'm not knocking anybody because that's what they feed. You know what I mean? So to each his own. But like, again, what I was saying, what Rich stated is going to be true. It's not no dogs that I'm going to have that will look structurally unsound. And if they do, they will not be continued on in terms of breeding program.
Wow. Very well put, sir. I mean, well, that's how you have been able to maintain that success. I'm glad you shared that with everybody because they don't understand. I mean, first of all, the people out there, my newcomers, if you don't know about who BAKRI Hotep is, we got videos out there. You need to go back because nobody's harder on the dog than this man right here. And I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah.
He got a history and he know what he talking about. So when his drive and his standards is set a certain way, believe me, he puts it to the test.
And the funny thing,
mandatory.
Hey, big bro.
And you know what? Excuse me.
Go ahead.
If I could just say this too, right? If we're not talking about anything like we trying to promote or teach anybody to fight dogs and none of that bullshit. It's just that when you start making exceptions and excuses for a dog or a person for that matter, you're gonna set yourself up for failure. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So with your eyes see, let that be the true hookup. Don't start doing shit with your heart and sentimental value, because then you will start leaking in cancerous type shit into your program. Then when your program's out of control, you're trying to figure out what happened to it, and it was just real fucked up that you just were scared to act upon what you seen versus what your heart feels about certain things. You know what I'm saying? You have to fucking act on what you see as good or bad, and it's just that cut dry. There's no additive. There's no nothing. What you see is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So don't make no excuses for nothing. You know what I mean? So you do that, you're gonna be pretty successful in whatever it is you're doing. And that's not just with dogs, that's just with anybody. Anything, period. Just don't make no excuses for shit you see. You see a fucked up person you notice in your camp, you can't go with, well, that was my wife's fucking bet. Fuck that. That motherfucker gotta go. He is a fucking detriment. He's a liability, whatever. Get the fuck rid of him. You know what I'm saying? If he can't be a positive to what you got going on and progression, what you got going on, whether it's dogs or anything, you just gotta let that shit go, else you're gonna stay in a fucked up position and figure why you can't get further. And that's the same with the dog. Every breed is supposed to be better than the last. Fuck Tyrone. Ain't nobody trying to breed Tyrone. Want to breed better than that motherfucker. Ain't nobody trying to breed grand champion, double grand champion, tornado. We trying to breed better than that. Because every dog got a flaw. You know what I mean? Even if it look like it's damn near can't see it. You know the fuck you see. You know the weakness of any even great motherfucker. If you own it. So you always want to do better, but you can't make no excuses for this. I'm sorry, go ahead. Take up all this.
Wasn't nobody interrupting you, bro. Nobody was interrupting. That wasn't nothing but a call, man. My question to you is, I mean, I made a mistake when I made a crack about, when Triple J was going through his shit with us. He made a comment about the paddling dog. He was talking about how Victor used to have paddling dogs, okay? And so I made a comment. I said, well, when Victor had those paddling dogs, he was the Latin boys. You know what I'm saying? He was LBK. And that's why he left LBK, because he got tired of losing. This is what Victor said. He got tired of losing. So when he made that comment about the paddling dog, I forgot about Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? And I made a little, you know how you try to, you throw a little rock at somebody when you really it's a real boulder. I said, well, Victor probably, that's why Victor got away from the Latin boys and went and got that Hollandworth shit. You know what I'm saying? He gave up on that shit. And
right.
It worked out great for him. Where he was trying to call Victor a nobody back at some point. Maybe he changed his yard, and that's what made his shit change. And you continued on with your paddling shit. It's why we don't know who you really are outside of the podcast. I wasn't trying to be mean. I wasn't trying to say nothing fucked up. I was just giving facts from a real dog man who knows what was going on out there. But the fact was, I forgot about Tyrone. Because if I had said Tyrone's name, I would have got even a little bit more uglier about the shit, because to be honest, he was the best dog out the paddling line. I'm going to keep it real with you. There's not too many of them that was doing what Tyrone did. Am I right?
Well, if I can add a little to that, I don't know why I feel like you got a little feedback on it. Can you hear it?
Yeah, we can't hear it on our end.
I don't know.
You sound good on our end.
Okay. Okay, so, well, in every line, you're going to have good and bad, right? So we're not going to sit here and make no one particular line like this fucking no flaw. That'll be the biggest lie in the world.
True.
But the people, it's funny how Paladin is thought out after all over the world. I don't give a fuck where are you at, who I speak to. I'm trying to get the Paladin. It wasn't a blood that a lot of people really even had. Now the Millers, Phil Miller, Brantley Miller, the Indians in Lumberton and South Carolina area, and Parker, all I can say is this, right? I wouldn't be carrying a blood that I didn't see that just was fucking outclassed mostly anything I saw. Parker had so many champions off the fucking Quincy. A couple of notable ones like champion track down. Fucking the one that I speak of, Bruno's. I mean, it's Tank, it's SST, it's a lot of. And even champion Max was 4 times. He was going for the grand championship, but we beat him with champion Dirty Red. But even beating him, like somebody was saying, I heard, and I don't know the guy Triple J. I'm not here to start nothing with the guy because I don't know him. But and I'm gonna respect his opinion if he say it when he say it. But I say this: even when we beat champion Max, it was like 2 hours of change. This whole head he couldn't even clear his head up, but he made some of the game of scratch. You know what I'm saying? So the Paladin stuff that we've seen was fucking game, but they definitely had hard mouths and would kill you. But again, it's even off the Monster Man stuff that I saw coming out. Some people may say they might have didn't see, but the ones that I saw were pretty good. And like anything else, it's going to come to what you cross. I don't know anybody using pure fucking, I'm not using pure Paladin, and I'm not using pure nothing. I'm always going to want it to be crossed. And I like a lot of hybrid bigger crosses. I like to use 2 of the purest lines at all times so that I know that when I'm creating, I know how to go back and get it versus a whole lot of scatterbreed shit that I don't know when the fuck I'm going to get it and how many different lines I'm going to breed it to get that it might didn't come from this line, the boys line I use. It had a honey bunch line. Damn, let me check the the snooty line, because all of them is in them. I'm trying to recreate and stay constant on these certain traits. I can't do it from that, but it's easier to do from a line bred to inbred and outcross a big, a hybrid bigger crop, right? So, but yeah, so that's it. But again, you're gonna get, it's just like turtle busters. That's some of the most curved shit I've ever seen in my life. Hard biting curves, most of the ones I've seen. But some people use it and they successful with it, and all you can do is say, I'm happy for you. Because if everybody believed that everything that they had was the fucking greatest, and we all had the same fucking bloodline. But because we know that's bullshit, I don't give a fuck about talent and any other bloodline. It's funny that so many of us carry so many other bloodlines because there is bullshit in all of them, and there's some good ones in all of them. That's just simple as I can state.
True. That's true. We don't talk about the bullshit. That's the thing. As we never talk about the bullshit.
Right.
Because there's nothing in there to talk about. If it's not relevant, then that means it's not relevant to a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So I had to take this and take it over to Ram with that part going forward.
Yeah, we got to go to Brother Ram.
We got to go to Ram.
He's too quiet.
Because he is too quiet. And I know he is itching to say something like, man, fuck that shit.
Ram, you still there?
Ram, you still there? Michael, check and see if he's still there. But Ram, when he come up in there, Ram gonna give it to you the grimy way. He gonna go straight hood real on your ass.
Right.
Man, I'm gonna grab whatever I see working. I don't give a damn how it's bred. He ain't trying to figure out no traits. He ain't trying to figure out shit. He just trying to figure out the wins. Hold on, Mike is checking on Ram. But I'm gonna take this back
Please leave your message for.
I'm gonna take this back to you, BAKRI, on your abilities to, like, I always talk shit about Zebo being a real factor when people said Zebo couldn't produce shit. But I think it was one of the coldest moves you did when you took Tyrone and bred to Katrina. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now,
right.
Yo.
Right. Well,
now, Mike.
What's up, bro?
there you go.
There you go.
He
So
back.
I just want to know. I always talk about, the female being the key piece, because you have to make a decision when you take that female and breed to a male. You have to have a mindset on why did you make that breed? Why did it come down to that?
You talking about with Champion Katrina?
Yeah. When you took that and bred to
Well,
Tyrone,
first
what
of all-
was your mind frame? Explain
Well, first of all, let me just say this. Back then, Grinder Man, as people, I'm sure people know Brother Grinder Man. I haven't spoke to him in a while, but and I was good with Jerry Clemens, and they were having a lot of success with the nigga Toby stuff in general. You know what I'm saying? And then Zebo was such a devastating dog, and then Brother Matt McGee, he's done so good with the Panther blood. So when you hear people then super that, oh my God, look at what he did with that Honey Bunch Finley Bow Zebo cross, destroying motherfuckers. Every time I turned around, super that shit was destroying everything.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see it done properly, devastation is all you see come with it. I wasn't seeing no bunch of rough curves, none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So normally with the Zebo stuff, you're going to get super game with no mouth. And you say, well, damn it, these motherfuckers game and shit, but I lost the mouth. And then you get the ones that can bite. And I would say they were curves, but sometimes it looked like it was a hit and miss. But I basically wanted to take Tyrone to a female at the time that mirrored him. Now that shit could have been double grand champion Tornado. It could have been Bill's Bolero bitch, who was devastating. Any type of good dog who was devastating, I pretty much was trying to go ahead and take him. And Katrina was a dog that she would scratch into your stifle and break it on the scratch. So Tyrone was he didn't have a certain style, front end, back end. He finished dogs with the front end and back end. So she was a very rough back end dog. So I figured, fuck it, I'm gonna just take those two, and with their styles and with the, like I said, that Grand Champion Leslie Hannah was a nice dog, and that Jones Chance's sister was a bad bitch, and of course Night Train and all those dogs behind it, just killers. So like I said, that was what I did, and we just, like I said, line bred on those same two since fucking 91.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So to they basically entwined to one another at this point, But that was the reason.
Well, Ram, while we got you on the line, man.
Okay, Ram.
Ram, you still there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, now my question to you. In your understanding of your perception of how you were able to, you were very successful. One thing for damn sure, you made it very clear, I ain't no breeder. I ain't no breeder. But then explain to us, what was your mindset for you to, and how were you able to, be such a part of so many champions coming out of y'all camp?
You there, Ram?
Did we lose Ram again? Ram.
Ram, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah. We just kept it pretty much as hard on the dog myself as we was on the competition. Like Bach was on his dogs in his competition. That was all him. From goddamn Dibo state, put the Dibo to home polio, home of both of the Corral. So it was like a lot of good dogs in a lot of good there. He did on their issues. So we got it all figured out. It's pretty easy, bro, because you have to go in there with that warrior mind state in the cap. Like, fuck it. We didn't lose a motherfucking draw, we did. Just got better and better here, bro. I wish I would have stuck to more of the breed stuff. Looking around. I got a black guy with the fire knowing me to see. That's dope as fuck.
Hold on, Ram, because I don't want nobody to miss what you're saying. And your words is like your phone is not coming in too clear. You're breaking up a little bit, and I want we're not catching it all. So check your line right quick, and please just come back a little bit and fill in that gap, because we missed a lot of that.
All right, let me call you right back.
Okay. Okay, while I'm waiting on Ram to call me back, y'all, I'm gonna take this one to Schoolboy in his way of thinking,
Okay.
because he was more on, he set the standard in the foundation of Big Red. That he does not let us forget that that's what he did. He set the foundation. Everybody else built the house. Am I right, Schoolboy? Is that what you be really basically telling us?
Yeah, because most of the breedings for Big Red were not made by me. I only bred him 5 times because I only bred for myself, pretty much, But talking about, setting the standards and what which dogs you choose to breed and all that, this is common amongst a lot of people. They have a bunch of dogs, however they're bred. You go through them, and hopefully what you have left are the best ones, right? So with that, I had Big Red, his sister, a couple of Jeep bitches, some offspring, like that. I had, 3 main dogs, and then I had about 5 or 6 other ones. That's after going through different bloodlines, different Jeep dogs, red boy stuff, all that. And what you have left, hopefully, is the cream of the crop. And they have to come from litters that have high percentage and parents that were competitors with high percentage production rate and going to the grandparent that least, same thing, right? That was basically, you have Jeep and you have, his litter mates were champions, his parents were champions and ROMs, his grandparents were, you have match dogs in there and producers, right? If you follow that, you're going to be successful, don't matter what bloodlines they are. And with the Paladin stuff, that's basically what Bach did. That's why it worked for him. That's why it don't work for someone else, because they didn't follow those rules. And for me, those rules are for everybody, not just me. And it's not just dogs, horses, chickens, all that stuff. That's what the top guys did.
Right.
It's like the Rossi Man was speaking the other day, right, on J-Bo's podcast, and he asked him about kind of the same thing. He had 40 dogs, heavy, most of them Zebo stuff, right? He went through all of them. He ended up with 6 dogs. That's what he started with. And that's what you continue with. So once you got your foundation set, then you just breed them, and then you keep the best from some that, competitors, athletic, all that stuff Bach was talking about, and you just move forward with it. And that's, in my opinion, that's why bloodlines, they work for some people, and that same bloodline won't work for someone else, or they didn't like them or whatever. Because of that, they get in subpar dog. You starting off with subpar dogs, or these ones didn't breed, or you don't have enough of them. You say, I don't like that kid, or you just don't like it, right? But if you do that, you can do that with any bloodline, So Big Red just happened to be a great producer. I didn't find that out till I started breeding them. Wherever I bred them to, the 5 breedings I made, I got good dogs out of all of them breedings, even one bitch who didn't have a pedigree. So that's what made him. And then after I had to get out and sold him, they bred him to a lot of different bitches, and he did the same thing for them because he's a great producer. That's the only reason. That happens every once in a while. You can do that, but you have to recognize it. And within all that, you're going to have consistency. Once you have consistency, then you keep it. You don't lose it. And sometimes you got to add stuff. Sometimes you got to cross it. I'm like Bach. I like the line breeding part, heavy and loose and all that. But you don't lose it, and then you improve on it. And let's say average is from 1 to 10 is 5, right? Everybody's average is 5. What if you can boost your average up to 6 or 7? Now your average is above average. And then every once in a while you get a 10. And then you have some 9s, and then you got a bunch of 8s. Because the quality of the individuals you're using is above average already. Mm-hmm. And within that, it's, the feed and the individuals you're using and what you do with them and how you raise them and living conditions and all that stuff. So anybody could do it, but, are you willing to make those sacrifices? Are you willing to, like the Fox said, don't include them in your breeding program because they're not worthy. And if you include those subpar dogs or dogs that have major flaws, you're knocking your program. You're stepping back 2 steps rather than moving forward 1 step. So as long as you keep it that way, you're going to be consistent. You're always going to have good dogs. But it takes time. You got to have the right individuals first. It's easier to start with good individuals, some top dogs, and improve than it is to start with something that's not so good and try and improve on that.
Right.
that might take you a long fucking time, and you might never get there, you know. And you can't improve on shit. You know what I mean? It's real hard. I mean, you can, because if it's shit, anything better than that is better than shit. You know, but it's better to start off, you know, with some good ones. If you started off with Tyrone and Katrina and Rick Rude and, you know, dogs like that, your chances of getting good dogs is better than if you just start off with some average, you know, some stupid game dog or something that has another major flaw, ain't got no air or something like that, you know. And like the point he made with Zebo, you know, he got that rap. But if you talk to, you know, Billy Stepp, and you talk to Frank Roca, and you talk to Matt McGee, and you talk to Super Nat, and you talk to Jimmy Beard, and you talk to, you know, even Bobby Love or something, people that used it, and you guys had some of it in there, right? It worked for them. All them people I just named, it worked for them. You know, the best dog Frank Roca told me he had was off of Zebo, and I forget the bottom side. That was his best male back in the day. So it's not like, you know, Zebo wasn't a good producer. He was. You know, and when you put it with the Eli stuff, you get some great dogs. But if you're using crappy Zebo dogs, then you're probably going to get crappy Zebo dogs. You know, that's with anything. Jeep too. That's why I say we called dogs off a Jeep. They weren't good enough. Didn't matter they were off a Jeep.
Right.
You know, so you gotta. That's why, again, you know, to reiterate what I started with, that's why it's changed so much in these decades leading up to the present day. Because people have, you know, used excuses and kept dogs that have major flaws, and now all they care about is the pedigree and all that, you know. You got to kind of, you know, go full circle and get back to having some rules for yourself and your dogs and sticking to them. And you'll see improvement. There's no way you can't, because it's been done over and over again. So it's not like it's by luck or you know, by some chance. It's good, solid breeding methods that work and have worked and will always work. But if you ain't willing to do it, then you're going to get stuck in that cycle of, you know, I just got mediocre dogs, and, you know, that's where I'm at.
Now, Schoolboy, I'm going to ask you this one. I see now, Big Red, he had a lot of Jeep. Now, when they made that cross that produced him, was the Red Boy Jeep cross being made back then?
There was, you know, I always said that Dunleavy come up with the idea because that's where I learned it from. And he spoke with Katie Marlowe, and she basically mentioned, hey, I got this Red Boy bitch, I want to make a cross, you know, what should I do? And he said, I'm going to breed Red Boy to Jeep. So that's what you should do. Now, I think someone else came up and said they had made a Red Boy Jeep breeding before Katie Marlowe did, but it was a daughter of Red Boy bred to a son of Jeep. It wasn't the straight Jeep Red Boy, right? It wasn't off a Jeep. So I don't know when that breeding was made. You know, the ones Dunleavy made, Big Red and them, was in 85. So Katie Marlowe had to make hers around 83 or 84. So that's where that came about. You know, if somebody had made it earlier, it would have had to been one of Jeep's earliest breedings, because he was retired in 79, and, you know, whatever breedings they made off of him, there weren't a lot back then. He was just starting out his breeding career, you know. But that's where basically, you know, I got it from, was Dunleavy. And the reason he did it was because in his mind, the Jeep dogs were so high-strung, they needed some calming down. So he thought, and he didn't know a lot about Red Boy dogs, so he thought he made the cross, it would calm them down. It didn't. The Red Boy dogs are crazy as shit, too.
Mm-hmm.
So it just intensified, Plus, on paper, you have, the Colby-Daibo cross. So on paper, at least going by the pedigree, it matches up because that's an old cross. A lot of people did it. It worked. Why not try it?
And when you say that, you're talking about on the Kobe end. Red Boy goes back to Kobe, Finley's bow, and then he's heavy
Right,
G
Finley's
cross.
bow.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
And Honey Bunch has, if you go by her pedigree, she has Daibo and Kobe in her too. Kobe Lightner and Daibo too.
That's right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it worked, but it's based on the individuals, Finley Bow was a great producer, and Honey Bunch, top producing bitch and all that stuff. So that's why, in my opinion, that's why Jeep litter worked. You have dogs that can produce and dogs that have performance and wins behind them, champions behind them and all that. So you have better odds doing it that way rather than just going by just a particular pedigree, oh, this is that, this is this, and like, the Nigger Toby stuff and they did, other Zebo Eli stuff. It works. They do that in Mexico too, they work down there. So if that mix works, cross or whatever it is, works, why not repeat it? That's all we're doing is repeating shit. If you look at Paladin's pedigree, he's that same Colby Lightner stuff with some Daibo in him,
Mm-hmm.
And it's bound to work if you have the right individuals. That's the main thing that we keep reiterating over and over, but we have to because people have gotten away from that. You just go with what has worked. And if you use the right individuals, it's going to work for you too. And then you move forward, and you're going to have success. That's why Box Dog's been around for 30 years, and my stuff, 38 years,
Mm-hmm.
and other people where someone else might have similar blood or even litter mates, like that, and it didn't work for them. I would guess that the dogs they were using wasn't no good, and they couldn't produce. Because any dog, no matter how great or how it's bred, has the potential, if it has those standards behind it, to produce good dogs. But also, some dogs just can't produce. That's just something you have to accept. And don't use it if it can't. Why continue with it? So that happens. That's why you hear, these champions and grand champions, they didn't throw shit and this and that. That happens. It just don't click. It don't work. That's a cult.
So my other question is, I noticed there was a DNA profile on Big Red.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what year and what was the process of that? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, that was done when he was in New York. Raging Bull Kennels had him. So that was after 1995. And he lived to be 15 years old. So he lived to the year 2000. And Bill did those, and then somebody, a kennel, Livewire Kennels from Maryland, he got some of those straws. I don't know what happened to the others, but I know he had 4 breedings, right? And those were DNA profiled. So if somebody gets a hold of Big Red's DNA profile chart, and they have him in their pedigree, they could check it, They could check it. And he told me that way back then before any controversy or any bullshit came out or this or that, He just when somebody tells you matter of fact, hey, I collected some straws from Big Red before he died, that's you just believe it because, what's he lying for? There's no benefit from him. And the way it came about is he got out of the dogs. So he got rid of all his dogs. He got rid of Big Red straws, what he had left. And it was just a matter-of-fact deal. He wasn't trying to make money off of it in the future or make a business out of it or anything like that. It's just, hey, Richard, I'm done. I got to get out. My business, it's too risky and all that stuff. So that's what he did, So any dog DNA profile, it can be collected. It can be, stored and all that stuff, and it can be checked nowadays. That's the benefit of advancement in science and all that stuff. So if someone says they have that, they should be able to prove it, at least for that particular dog, and at least his offspring and progeny down the line. Like you're saying about those two dogs, both of them had the same sire. Okay, that's believable,
So, my next question would be, when they do the DNA profile, it doesn't necessarily have to come to the semen. Am I correct?
It doesn't what?
Does it have to come to the semen on the DNA profile?
No, I would guess they do it just like people, and they swab the dog's mouth.
Okay.
That's the easiest way to do it, I would think. I'm not real familiar with it, but I think that's how they do it now. Whether it's the ADBA or some other companies that have it, they send you the packet, you swab your dog's mouth, you put it in the packet, you send it back to them, and they keep records of that dog that you say it is, and that's his DNA profile or hers. Because, you can't do it through sperm on a female, so it has to be something common and standard that they can do for each dog, male and female. So my guess the easiest way to do it would be swab the mouth,
Yeah, that's I did some research on it. You're right, where they swab just like a human being. They swab the
yeah. And then I did some research too, right? Where they have companies that are not reliable with the DNA shit,
Right.
They have like a rating system. So that's just another issue, and that's not hard to figure out. You go to the ones that are reliable and have, what do they call it? Testimony and success and all that stuff. So, this is some of the problems that are coming up with DNA now, because, it can be painted, it can be changed, it can be a lot of things where it's not accurate, and it's always advancing, It's kind of like, and this is a little bit off topic, but it's kind of like, they do testing with apes and humans, and the chimpanzee, they used to say, has 90-something% in common with humans, right? Well, there's different DNA testing, and now it ain't 90-something% in common. It's 85%. It's lower than what people used to think. That's just the point of that, is that's just the advancement of science, how they're always changing things or learning different things. Before it was only mitochondrial DNA through the mother's side. Now they include the father's side. So, it's just getting better and better, I guess is my point, But you have to go to the right sources. It has to be done properly. Even the semen has to be stored properly. It has to be extracted properly. To get it to work after it's been frozen, they have to mix it with egg yolk or egg, the whites, I think, and that's how and then they test to see if it's viable. Where before they were just taking the straws and using them. Now they count sperm parts per million or whatever, which ones are active and all that stuff, like you were mentioning with Mayday, the sperm wasn't no good, so why would you collect it, When they first came up with DNA, it's been a long time, it's not like recent. It's just they didn't start with dogs, they didn't have dogs doing it. You can't go back to the 40s and find some DNA profile pit bull, But it just branches out from, maybe they start with humans and they go to horses because of the horse racing and cattle because of the livestock industry, like that, and then eventually it peters down to the pit bulls, and that's where we're at today.
Wow. That was a good conversation there, buddy.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That was definitely
good
insight.
Yeah, I want Bach to talk more.
Hey, I've been doing the talking.
Well, Bach,
We're trying to get Brother Ram on here. Ram,
He said his
he
phone
must have probably.
Yeah, he said his phone was messing up. He said his phone was acting up. He sent me a text to let me know that his phone is acting crazy. So that's why
Well, hell, put him on next week.
What is the chat saying? What is our brothers in the chat talking about? I know they got something interesting they talking about.
Oh, they just basically the same thing you guys were talking about. The horse has been doing the profiling since 1980, 1990. They was doing them with horses. See here.
Yeah.
Barrett was around when Carvers, Maloney, Fox, and Anderson existed. You know, they was just more in tune as co-signing to some of the things that you guys were saying. You know, everybody was. I mean, I seen a couple people mention that everybody always talk about the male and they don't give the bitches enough attention. When you guys were basically speaking on how important the bitches was and based on what you guys were doing. And I think most generally speaks the same.
Oh shit!
But then you see most people always talking about the males and not really giving the bitches credit it's due because without the bitches, some of these dogs don't even exist.
Hey, me personally, I really don't have a whole lot of males. I love the bitches more so. You know, being honest. You got a good bitches producer for you. Really got something.
Yeah, that's the way Mo was. He'd keep a bitch over a male in a heartbeat.
Right. All day.
Yeah. It's kind of like the untold secret. You know, if you want to talk about what secrets old guys kept, you know, they didn't talk about their bitches. That's how important they were. Mm-hmm. And some did, but, you know, they didn't really elaborate. But for me, they're key. They're key to everything. And a lot of it has to do with, you know, once you find a bitch that can produce, she's like gold, man, because she can't have as many offspring as male. And over the course of the breed, there's been more males matched than females. But, you know, my friend, he preferred, or at least did as many females as he did males, you know. He loved doing females. But as far as breeding, that's what, you know, I'm like, Bach, they're more important. They're like, no, you know, they're more important to a breeding program. And even in competition, you know, we used to say the bitches are mean and nasty because you don't see a lot of females back then in competitions where the fights weren't good. Most of them were good. For males, you get a lot of them that are average, you know.
That's true. That is true. That is true.
And there's a reason for that, as I spoke on several times. I made a question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Bob.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, the reason for that, like I told people, and it's just, you know, growing up looking at Mutual Omaha and National Geographic, one of the things I've always noticed is most of the male species didn't kill their opponent. Long as the male submitted to the other male, which most males, whether it be hippopotamus, bear, they'll normally mount the other male in a suggestion like, I can fuck you if I want to. And they sit there like they could. And then they'll get off of them and let them walk off and shit. The females, they don't go through that bullshit. The females gonna kill other females. Period. Hardly any female gets to leave another female alive. But so many, like I said, males, and one thing about a lot of, they're pack animals to begin with. So they're already ready to give in to the most dominant male anyway. They're ready to fold to the most dominant male. They can fucking sense it. Even without the fight, they know who the stronger male than it before the confrontation starts. That's why it normally takes a good, young, strong one that says, fuck protocol, I'm trying this motherfucker. Whereas the older ones would be like, oh no, you don't want to try that. You don't want to do that. They done bow down on it. But in females, they don't give two fucks. So just think about when we all went to school. You would see a girl that's 4'8" fight a girl that's 6'2" that weighs 300 pounds over, and she don't have no fucking fear.
True.
Try 5'8" against a 6'4" dude. Most of the dudes is like, fuck it, I can't beat him. If I ain't got a weapon, I ain't trying to fight. You got to snatch the little girl standing trying to, she be on the top sometimes. But she don't have no fear saying that girl's too big for her. Women are way more vicious than they fighting, way nastier. I take bitches over the males any fucking.
Good points, brother.
Sure is.
Also, at least with lions, you know, the females do most of the hunting. Unless a male is, you know, ostracized, he's not part of the pride, you know, the female is the ones doing the hunting. And they doing all the upkeep and all that shit, you know. And so that's another aspect of it too. But I like watching the females better, you know. I did more males than females, but my females, I can't think of one that had just an average show, you know. They was throwing down, hammering tongs, trying to kill each other, you know.
I always said that the Mayday dogs produce better females than the males. I always say that. They don't send up, there's not a lot of them, but this thing, Chanel,
Right.
Brat, and May were very rough bitches. They were better than Luke Kane, Hunch. You know, I can't say too much about Barracuda. But Barracuda, these three bitches, they didn't go long. You know what I'm saying? And they never had a rough match. Regardless of who they went into, they destroyed everything in front of them. Quickly. There's not too many Mayday males out there. The champions, grand champions, all of them that could do that. Barracuda had the ability to do it. But you put him on that top level, he had to work a little more to get it done. Regardless of what you were putting on these bitches was killing everything. They were all champions. Annabelle probably wasn't as good as Chanel or Brat and them, but she was good, and she did not go long her damn self. You know, so what people don't know is Mayday bitches were used more as breeding stock, and they got away from, because Chanel didn't have puppies, May didn't have puppies, Brad only had 2 litters, or actually 3 litters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Annabelle had a few litters, but in aspect, they stopped matching the bitches. You know, Hunt had some nice bitches that never got matched. They were more important to breed.
Right.
You know, a lot of guys didn't even think about breeding they Mayday bitches. I mean, matching they Mayday bitches. Everybody wanted puppies off of them. You know? But to me, they got away from the aspect that the better, rougher dogs were the bitches. And them 3 bitches I speak so highly of because they did basically the same thing that Mayday sisters was doing. Crushing shit. Remember, Mayday had 2 litter Mayday sisters that were champions.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And you know, if you look at the competition side, you can almost match up a great male and there's a great female to go along with as far as records go and who they beat, all that stuff.
That's true.
But besides that, you got to also say, well, there's less females being matched. So the odds are with the females, not the males. You know, if you want to say Zebo, okay, Tornado. You want to say Art, okay, Queen of Hearts. You want to, you know, you can say Cardiac, and you can say Grand Champion Miss Rage, Tudor Goldie, you know, you could Champion Honey Bunch. So you match them number for number, you're going to find, you know, the same caliber in a female as you do the male, but there's also less females being matched.
Yep.
And that's more in modern time, not so much way in the past. Because most guys back then, they matched more males than females, you know. But Jim Taylor, they called him the bitch man because he loved matching bitches. So most of the matches he had were with females, not with males, you know. And then, you know, there's less females being matched, but there's also a bunch of them that won best in show and shit. You know, I've seen several. Won best in show over the males, and on a big card, you have more males than females on the card. You know, 11 match show, 3 of them were females. 8 of them were males, and the female won best in show. So the odds that way are with the females too, you know. But I think, like I said, it's kind of a secret that old guys, you know, they didn't want to talk about that. You know, they didn't want to say the female is more important. Concentrate on your females. That's where the production is from, and foundation and all that. That was their thing. They kept to themselves. But we realized that through the time, you know, through just from common sense and our own experience. Bach feels that way. I feel that way. You feel that way. So eventually it comes out, you know, and so anybody, you know, if you make the females important in your breeding, then that helps set your family too, you know.
Yeah, but also,
if you ask Bach, you know, his what's that 7-time winner you had, Bach?
What's that one?
What's the flop, right? Flop, she's a female. My buddy had one too. She had my blood in. A bitch named Clarice. She's a 7-time winner. All the other dogs and females and males he had are champions, but the one that's a multiple winner for him was a female. So there's all kinds of examples, you know.
Yeah, all our dogs that we had, there's only one grand champion, and it was a female.
Yeah.
Red Ruby.
And like I said, the odds are against you. You know, you should have more males. But that's how important they are.
But y'all know when we was coming up back in the day, we wouldn't have been talking about more females going than males because we seen a whole lot of badass bitches back in the day.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, some good ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That champion Lively was a bad bitch.
Yeah.
Pandy was a bad bitch. Queen of Heart, bad bitch. Shady Lady.
Yeah.
Pepper. I mean, there was bitches was just rough.
Molly B.
Molly B. Yep, Suburbanite Paul, Sable, Grand Champion Sable. These were some rough ass bitches. They were
along with that, you have you know, some of the dreamiest ones I've seen were females. The bitch I just mentioned that won best in show, in her next match, she won, but she got gamest in show. She got fucked up. She would not quit. Tonki that went against Grand Champion Negra Tomasa, Bayonne Club Grand Champion Negra Tomasa. Game as you want a fucking dog, man. Game as you want it. And she didn't quit. She died trying to scratch. 2 little bitches that was at a show at my house, flipping and flopping and pulling on their chin and shit, trying to scratch. Game as fuck. A lot of them. The Tippy, not Tippy, but the other bitch that Tippy went against, Tippy was fucking her up. Cut her everywhere she bit her. The other little bitch wouldn't fucking give up. He outgained her. So there's those examples too, if we want to talk about gameness, you know. They just, you know, they bad all the way around, man.
I'm gonna tell you about bitches. They act like women, for real. They one day they can come in ready to kill some shit, and the next day they act like they don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they all feminine, you know.
You're right.
I can attest to that. My wife, she's like that too. She's a girly girl, man. Petite, like that. But you get her fired up, man. She don't give a fuck who you are, man.
That's
Big
right.
dude, or whatever, man. You know, that's why I say she's gamer than me. You know, and she don't care, man.
That's why I always say, man, bitches is a major. My philosophy is always be on the bitches. I always say, most great breedings come from the decision of what you do with that bitch. So that's why I asked Schoolboy, I asked BAKRI, I asked Walking Down Round, what was your mindset when you decided to take that bitch to breed to that male? Because in that breeding, you created some great dogs. What was your mindset on prior to doing that? Especially in those breedings where y'all had these great litters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What led up to that?
I like bitches that look like males, built like males, you know.
Yes.
stout, durable, tough. You know what I mean?
Yes.
About that life.
Yeah, and that are mean and nasty like that. One of my best producers, my favorite bitch, was Lucy, and she was built like a male. She's one of them, like I mentioned with box dogs. When they're real tiny, they look like a full-grown dog and act like a full-grown dog. That's the way she was. That's why I kept her, held her back, like we talking about, for breeding. She was the only bitch in her litter. She could have won easy, but I kept her for breeding, and she was like that, you know. And she threw good dogs, man. So the bitch in that respect, that's what I look for. I like them to be built like males, mean and nasty, good mothers, you know. And when they're not doing their thing, they're a girly type, you know, calm and good with the kids and shit like that, you know. All them female attributes that I like my female bitches to have. But when they get in that box, man, all bets are off. Fuck you, I'm gonna kill you.
That's right. I like that. I like that. They forget so much about the females, and I always say, man, in every great pedigree, you're gonna find that there's a great bitch in there to produce that shit. They give so much credit to the males that they forget. You know, if you want great percentages, you better include that bitch in your thinking.
Yeah.
Because you're the one who got to make the breed.
And this bitch I'm gonna mention, she wasn't even matched. But she's so key in so many breedings that they named bloodlines after her. You got Black Widow. You have Daigo Black Widow, you have Spike Black Widow, you have Lucky Black Widow, you have Zeke Black Widow, you have all this just from one bitch with not a lot of breedings, and you have bloodlines coming off of her. It went everywhere. And people base their whole yard on that. Ask Bach, he'll tell you that. Black Widow's his bitch.
Oh, yeah.
Not that he owned her, but that's what he based his shit off of.
Did you want to comment on that, Bach?
That is the thing. Huh?
Did you want to comment on that?
Oh, he said it 100%.
Oh, you ain't gonna go no further than that,
Huh?
I said you ain't gonna go no further than that. See, funny like that. He done done something out you ain't want to get out, fam.
I can't hardly hear you. I couldn't hardly say it again.
I said, what happened? He done let something out that you ain't you didn't want to get out because you don't want to comment on that comment.
No, well, I mean, it's pretty much not a secret with me when it comes to that. I mean, I'm Black Widow all day, every day. I mean, that was always, and I've spoke about it several times. But at the same time, I'm traits, and I don't give a fuck where they come from. I take any finishing, destructive, rough, smart ass dog. I don't give a fuck where they come from. But at the same time, I do love, if I'm just going through just the art of breeding, then any fucking strain that has to do with the Black Widow, I pretty much still stick that way in terms of breeding, even though I'll take on other things. But yes, there's always going to be that way.
I appreciate you sharing that with us, brother. Because when you do shit like that, I'll be like, maybe Bob's coming around now. You know what I mean? Because I remember you were starting to have, there was a time you were finna start making motherfuckers pay. Remember?
Right.
I was like, yo, damn, big brother, they must be on big brother getting on his damn nerves.
Big brother said, you ask me a question, you better be ready to pay for the answer.
Well, look, fellas, it's 12 o'clock. I ain't trying to keep everybody up all night. So, I really, really, truly appreciate you guys. Bach, I miss you, bro. I got to get you on the back street. Mo made me jealous talking about y'all on the phone 5 hours yesterday.
I'm going to make sure. I will be making more appearances over here because I definitely got to come to the family.
Yes,
and I love y'all the followers that y'all have on some real shit. I'm not just saying that. I like the way that they've been supportive and they respond well to you guys. You know what I mean? And again, like I said, everybody must appreciate what's taking place right now, because y'all brothers, like I said, y'all really do a tremendous job. I'm saying, and I know brother Schoolboy and brother Ram and Kevin and Rossi, man, you know, like I said, it's just like one big family. You know what I mean? So we definitely with y'all 100%.
Well, you talked to the general for me, because you know we did a poll Friday, and I had over 78%.
Okay.
78%. The game to see y'all back on Sunday. All right.
All right.
You let the general know.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, you let the general know.
We're gonna come by here. We're gonna come by here. I don't know about no Sundays anymore, but I know we'll come stop by.
I need y'all to look. All my polls said is y'all show back up. Now I don't care how y'all show back up, but you know, I just want y'all to know, you know, we miss you, bro.
They missed you out there.
You know, Schoolboy drops in.
We love everybody. We miss everybody. But a lot of, like I said, not trying to promote where we at, but you know, most of our diehards is over with us on the Patreon, brother. So we see them every week. You
well, guess what?
And,
let me help you.
Uh-huh.
Let me help you by stopping in, hanging out with us for a little while, so we can drag a couple more over there with you. Because I want them to meet my brothers, because my brothers are the reason we here. Schoolboy drops in, Ram drops in. I'm so glad to see you pop in.
That's right.
I'm ready to get Rasta Man. I seen Rasta Man over there hanging out with J-Bo.
Yeah, he called
you know what I mean? So he looking to get back out there. And so I'm looking to hit the general. I got to get the general back on point. You know what I mean? Just y'all just showing up, showing some love. And I really believe we can get more over there on Patreon, because, again, nobody do it like y'all do it. And I want everybody to know that. You know what I'm saying, fam?
That's right. Y'all taught us.
Oh, no, it's all good. Like I said, everybody has their following, you know what I'm saying? And people, you know, everybody don't, I'm going to say this when we leave out here, right? Everybody don't gel with everybody. You know what I mean? Everybody has different personalities. Some people pick a person that they say, for instance, they like Schoolboy's approach. And first of all, he's super knowledgeable, you know what I'm saying? And then the person might love the way Mo deals with things, or Ram, or myself, or Boone, and you know, all of the people that's on these doing these dog shows. You know what I'm saying? These pit bull things. So everybody gonna have a niche, and everybody's gonna follow who they follow based on, like I said, who they feel like taking their information from. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, even on Patreon where we at, we just keep it to the dog, man. I mean, people always coming up saying with some negative shit. Man, I'm like, you know, we keep that shit on the dog, bro. You know what I'm saying? Strictly on the dogs. We come over there like on this show. We ain't here to talk about nobody. And like I said, even so, you mentioned even things with Triple J in terms of certain stuff. I'm sure somebody probably run and fucking say something to try to cause some type of division,
right,
or something.
Right.
You just had a disagreement. You know what I'm saying?
Never meant to be that. Never meant to be that. It never meant to be that. I mean, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. The things that I say, I don't say through jealousy or you know, or hating. I speak the truth. You know what I'm saying? And I don't put. I mean, I tell guys, y'all, the game, you a real dog man when you respect the loser. Because without that loser, you don't have a win.
Exactly.
The game has always worked that way. So if you can't respect the person in front of you, that's like you giving more respect to the people outside the box, when the main respect should come inside the box. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, even when you lose, you know, you never hear too much about the loser. But one thing about it, the man across from you that beat you, he gonna show you the
Right.
utmost respect because without you being there, because ain't nobody getting inside that pit with the idea that they gonna go in here and lose. If they acted, if they thought like that, they would never get in the box.
And I think the only time we have problems is
Yep.
based on people who, to me, I think they just be hating because again, half the people who we done ran into did half of what we did. You know what I mean? They would have nothing to say, and we nothing compared to y'all. We the lower tier of who you guys are. So that's why I be more like looking at what we did. We can only speak on our history, so it never been about hate. But maybe that's the problem with the game now. Why I see the shit I see on Facebook and the things that people say because we come from a different era. So, but what we're trying to do,
Right.
we're doing something that the majority of the game ain't doing. At least we trying to give back and we trying to be at least be real about it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely.
We ain't got no reason to be fake. Ain't got no reason to be making up shit. So we can't do nothing but be real about it.
Right.
And then maybe that's what the problem is. You know?
Oh, well, yeah, definitely.
And
Well, I mean,
if they
like I
ain't
said, you're
hating on
going to find, it doesn't matter what it is you do. If you're successful, you're going to get some haters. You know
Well,
what I
that's
mean?
how I feel
If
about it.
you ain't
They
got
ain't hating
motherfuckers
on you.
talking about you, spreading fake-ass rumors and
Hey, if that,
talking bullshit gossip, you know what I mean, then you ain't did nothing.
right. They ain't hating on you. You ain't did shit. You ain't nothing.
People not hating on a motherfucker ain't did nothing.
Right.
You understand? You can't find a hater that hate on somebody who ain't never did shit. So normally the haters are the ones that can only talk about those that did, and the motherfuckers that's doing something ain't got time to talk about a motherfucker that's irrelevant. You understand?
That's
So
the truth.
you can't hate on a motherfucker that don't have no relevance or never had. You know what I mean? So there's always gonna be some haters. But again, like I said, I appreciate y'all show. It's not it deals with the dogs, the pedigrees, and things of that nature. And that's what people come to hear. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like
That's right.
there's enough fucked up shit going on in everybody's life, shit in the world. We come here just to talk some good dogs, man. Not about any particular person negatively and none of that shit. Just come here to talk about the dogs. And again, the people here, that's what they here for. And I'm sure that's what they get. I know that every goddamn week. That's all you two brothers do here. So again, we commend you. We're going to stop back by. Like I said, I appreciate Brother Schoolboy coming up here with a brother.
Family came through today.
Share some time with our brothers.
Yeah, the family came through here
Always,
today.
brother.
And that's always appreciated, fellas. Always. Professor,
Right.
Professor, you already know you was like that. We like, you stand above us, schoolboy, even when you don't want to stand there. You know what I'm saying? We have to.
Schoolboy,
Yeah, we got to put our hand up there, and you can take my hand and step down off that step tonight, okay? I got your hand, old man. Because you are special to all of us.
I follow you on
Yes, he
Facebook
is.
too, schoolboy. So man, no wonder you know internationally because I can't think of a better person to have in my corner.
That's
Because,
right.
one thing I know for
Hey.
damn sure,
I-
he don't bite his tongue either.
He sure don't.
I appreciate it. I couldn't do it without you. I got your guys' support. Bach, we talk all the time, and we throw stuff back and forth,
Right.
and everybody
Right.
else on our side, and you guys, we one big family. And honestly, if it wasn't for you guys keep me motivated, I might be doing something else. Maybe
That's the
maybe
truth.
be on OnlyFans or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Make us. Yeah, we got to keep you off the OnlyFans, bro. So we glad we got him here. So we on the OnlyFans, goddamn, doing sex videos and shit.
That's
You know what
right.
I'm saying?
Yeah. I'll be showing some real
Yeah.
breeding techniques on there.
I tried this one the other night, y'all. I got to show it to you. Meet me on fan only.
Yeah, much love, brothers.
man.
Hey, guys, we
I'm
gotta
up
get-
here. Great show. Thanks for having me on. Much love, Bob. And we'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
hold on, before you get out here. My
That's
fellas,
right.
my people in the chat, I need y'all to do me a favor. I need you to help me show my brothers some love by giving me them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give them some damn roses.
Hey, y'all, I want to see roses, y'all. Giving these brothers some roses. You know how we do it.
Roses.
Give me them damn roses. I mean, put your finger on it and let it run. I want them to
Appreciate
go
that,
back
y'all.
in this chat room, y'all, and just see a whole big ass page of you showing you something, giving them something, man, to get them to come back. The more they appreciate it, the more they come back. We gonna love them anyway.
We coming back, brother.
My brothers got, hey,
We
they gonna
coming back.
That's right.
We coming back.
And for the love of y'all, man, come on. So I really appreciate y'all, family. Tell Big Bro, tell the general, man.
We appreciate
You know what I'm
your
saying?
advice,
We send the love out to Big Bro for sure. Send the love out to all y'all, bro.
Yes, sir, bro.
So thank you guys. Y'all have a good evening. Thank y'all for coming through. Always a privilege and a pleasure, fellas.
Thanks again, fam. Hey, Bach, I'll call you, man. I can't call you.
Hey,
I'm jealous about that 5 hours you did last night.
Hey,
You
brother.
need to give me at least 2.
Oh, no. Hey, look. Me and Mo stayed on the phone about 5 hours last
I
night.
know. He called me this
Looking
morning.
at fucking pedigree.
Look at the pedigree. I mean.
And I said, y'all didn't even call me to get in. I said, Mike don't know what he's looking at. I call Mike on another day.
Hey, I damn sure asked about you. You said you were chilling, though. But we damn sure was up on pedigrees looking at the motherfucker for 5 hours.
For
bro.
5 hours, we broke the game down last night, didn't we, though, bro?
Yeah.
Well, good, man. I mean, I'm glad to hear from you. I'll be calling you back. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to get down that way.
Okay.
I'm waiting on my Captain June check.
All right.
So.
All right. Okay. Well, come on, Dad. Hey, you know these Honduras fruit juices are waiting on you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll be there. Hey, man, they showing y'all much love, man. So respect, love always, schoolboy. I be getting with you, fam. Hey, schoolboy, right. I need you. Yeah. I want to be able to do a commercial for your books, fam. That's all I'm asking.
All right. Just hit me up, and we'll get her done.
I would appreciate
Once again, thanks, everybody. Salute to the chat. Much love, Bach, and much love, twins. Peace out, brothers. I'm out of here.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Okay.
All right.
Same thing. Much love to the chat. Appreciate you guys having us. And hit me up whenever you're ready to hit some little pairs and shit. I'm up, man. I'm ready to look at a few minutes.
All day, big bro. You got it.
All right. Y'all brothers have a good one. Love y'all brothers, man.
Always, bro.
Hey, I want to give another big shout out to my brother out there. What up, fam? And appreciate everybody out there. Big shout out to my brother, Big, walking down around, Big stepping, showing out the love. He definitely got his finger on them rose button. Appreciate the love, family. Give yourself some more damn roses, Ram. I need y'all more roses out there. And hey, for all my people, don't forget to hit the damn like button. Had over 130 people up in here, and I ain't got but what? 65 likes. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Please do me a favor with the 80 plus that we still have in here. If you have not hit that like button, do not forget to hit the like button. If you have not already subscribed, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Big shout out to everybody who donated and did a super chat tonight. It was so much appreciated. Thank you, fellas. Kind of thought I forgot all about us, but you did it anyway. Don't forget, Cash App ticker runs across the bottom for anybody who just feels like they just want to donate something to the channel. Don't forget to stop by the store. The store ain't went nowhere. I know we don't talk about it much. Maybe I need to do another commercial. But guess what? We're going into a new year looking to do bigger and better things. But we can't do them without y'all help. So again, appreciate everybody for showing up and showing out tonight. As I get ready to pump this bad baby up here.
Big shout out to the Backstreet. We love you too, fellas. We see you happy. We see y'all every week, man. Just want to let you guys know. I know everybody wants to stay in the basement. You come out the basement to come and spend that time with us, man. Y'all go through our videos. We always averaging over 2,000 views, man, and a lot of it comes from the back street. I know because I get a chance to come down into the basement to say hi. You know, when you can walk through the basement and wave at people and everybody say, hey, twin, you know, it's good to know that they love you out there. So, you know, just want y'all to know that I show big love to y'all. Y'all play a big part of this. And a lot of this is for you anyway. So, big love to you guys. You know, you can never be forgotten. We don't see you, but we know you. Okay? So continue on supporting us, fellas. We see you.
And as usual, as we close out tonight, you know, again, it's good to have family coming through, especially just some of our better shows when they just pop up like that.
Yeah.
You know, man, you just hang out with it before you know it. 4 5 hours done pass, you know, and you have one damn break. But again, poll. Let me do this poll before I go out of here. Okay, you already know the poll question was, we had 157 voters tonight. Can it be possible to have puppies on the street, frozen storm, bred to a daughter of Mayday in 2024? We had 18% that said yes, 57% that said no, and 25% that said possibly it could happen. Now look, that's almost a 50-50 split.
Down there, 50.
But for those who said possibly and yes, these puppies are supposed to be bred, hit the ground in 2 weeks. It's impossible. They need a $10,000 deposit. You don't get no DNA profile.
You don't get no papers.
And you ain't getting no papers.
If you's a hater, then don't worry about
Don't
buying.
behind them. But if you really believe it can be done and willing to take that chance
Believe it, they
and
can happen.
believe it can really happen,
Hey, you know, the guy out there selling Mayday puppies, y'all.
and even they said off of and a daughter off of Mayday. Cheap frozen sperm. Yes, and possibly.
Hashtag Tito Lopez.
Hashtag
Lopez.
Guzman. No, whatever. Beeline. Hashtag Beeline.
Hashtag Beeline.
Hey, look, man. If y'all really believe and think that's possible, you got 10,000. You put out on deposit. Look, I got. Tell you what I got right now. Come on, man. Give me one more. Tell me what we got right now. No. We got Zebo and Angus right here on the yard. We had them cloned.
Yeah, it's cool.
That's right.
You don't get no papers.
No. We ain't doing no DNA. But I can tell you straight up,
They offer Zebo.
Zebo and Angus right here on the yard. You know what I'm saying? Clones. You know, cloning 25,000. You get this shit cloned for 25,000. You know, my boy Steve-O, you know him, pretty well known professor in the game. He likes Boy, but he gets into that cloning shit, horses and shit. Been doing dogs for about 20 years. Zebo and Angus. We're only taking $5,000 deposit for that shit. And again, you don't get no papers and no DNA profile. You don't even call if you ain't serious. Hey man, everybody need to get in on this, man. Everybody need to get on this because if that's what's working, I need to get some of that. I don't want to be left out.
I mean, you get 25%.
That's probably look, no, it's actually almost a 50-50 between possibly and yes. what's that, 43%?
Yeah, 43%.
Man, them numbers supposed to be. Look, all right, 43% of y'all believe that I got Debo and motherfucking Angus here. Please. $5. 813-298-643. Call me. I got heart issues, man. Look, trust me. Send you the deposit, you're gonna get a dog. Do that. I wouldn't even let you down like that. I ain't that kind of guy. But just know, I'm telling you straight up front. I'm the disclaimer. Ain't get no papers, no DNA profile. Don't hate on me. At least I ain't asking for 10 grand to deposit. I'm only asking for 5. Pay the other 5 when you get the dog. Okay, let's roll with this. Believe me, trust me, it's twins. I don't even want to look, come over here like that, because if somebody call me, they gonna get a dog. Bullshit. We gonna find it. You know, I'm just like, it's snatched up enough yards, I know I can grab the phone. They snatching yards and shit. I need a black one. Yeah. I need a Brendel Art looking motherfucker too. Two of them. Yeah, 2 of them too. I like that whole damn little one. You know, don't be mad if they already spaced, but you know, it wasn't me. You know what I'm saying? But y'all just roll with me on that because I'm trying to get part of the game. So we're gonna keep it real. You fully understand we're gonna be back here Friday. Hot Night Friday. Again, big shout out to all my brothers. Stop by today. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank showing the love. Yeah, I see the comments, y'all kept it doing what you're doing. And a big shout out to all my people out there on the backstreet and to all the people who see this video moving forward. Don't forget to hit the down like button if you make it this far and you haven't done so. You can always leave a comment in the comment section. But as usual, we're gonna end the show like we always do. Tonight, I'm flipping this for you guys because you guys definitely stuck to the SPW. And that's what I love about it. Because y'all know we always, yes sir, always scratch the win. Always. Y'all know how we do this. Always. Big shout out.
So
Hey,
be
look,
safe.
while I'm out here, before we do this, anything, don't forget, March, Samurai, Digital Dog Show. In February, y'all better start working on your shit. Cause we show the hell off. We'll meet you there.
We'll meet you there.
Let's do this, Mo.
Dog of the night. I got 2 dogs of the night. I'm gonna take this dog here. I start out with this dog. I'm gonna finish with this dog. My dog of the night is gonna be the BAKRI champion, Tyrone.
Yeah.
Love to all my fellow podcasters out there, man. You know, so much love and respect. We all in the same game. We might not have the same name, but we play the same game. You know, much love to you guys, much success. We standing behind you regardless. I ain't out here to disrespect you. I ain't out here to make you mad. I'm just out here to appreciate the fact that you let me share the time with y'all. So, I mean, on that note right there, if I ever say anything to piss you off, it wasn't meant to any jealousy or disrespect. Alright? So please forgive me. I am never too much of a man that I can't apologize. Especially on some nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Put the nonsense behind us. Let's move forward and know that. Alright? We all men and we all grown. So just understand. Alright, hey, I never meant to disrespect any of y'all. If it comes down to that and you feel like that, I just want you to know it never disrespect you and let men do stuff like I did. Hey, you can say I'm sorry I made you feel that way.
One day you have that to say about this. I'm like, if don't start no shit, won't be no shit.
Hey, you know
That's 21. That's how I roll with it.
we warriors. So,
I'm warriors.
you know, we
don't
got
start now, won't be nothing.
Right,
Y'all know
we-
the song.
you know, we Tyrone, we Scratch. We try to get
That's 2W all day,
All
baby.
day.
That's 2W all day, baby.
that never.
What down, Jack? Bring it out.
Right, never,
Bring it
never
out.
want to get into a match and end up in the box and against the corner. Okay? You know, you gotta have somebody over here. So, Show the love. brothers. To all my Canadian fam, what's up, fam? All my West Coast people, all my East Coast people, all my Southern people. Hey, that's a big shout out to all my boys in Florida. Hold it down, fellas, hold it down. Till Friday, fellas. We out of here. Deuces.